¿Te pongo yo aquí? Jolín, pues yo me traigo así como... Vale, vale.
Bueno, vamos tomando asiento.
¿Yo dónde? Yo en el medio. Vale. 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 Cuando está por innovar, ¿eh?
Muy bien, ¿cómo estamos, Noé? Sergio. Perfecto todo.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estáis todas?
So how are you? How's everyone? Everything okay? So welcome everybody to this Key to Change conference, Transforming the Homelessness System. It is a tremendous pleasure and a privilege for us to be with you today and tomorrow, sharing with all the people present here on site and online. Noruka, I introduce Noruka to all of you. Sergio. And Dani speaking. Well, Dani can get quite sensitive in days like this, but we're all really, really calm. We've come here to have a good time, to enjoy the day, and seeing the surroundings. We can feel fully at home. We could have brought our slippers. We feel at home here. We've been celebrating this for 2-3 years. We should really have been celebrating what has happened here. But we should be calm, relaxed. We should be celebrating, partying, because this is what we've come here for. So this is a very encouraging start. Great. So without further ado, we will move on to the institutional opening. So we will welcome the Secretary of State for Social Rights, Consumption and 2030 Agenda, Rosa Martínez, Gemma Gallardo, and José Manuel Caballor, Director General for Housing and Director General for Housing, respectively. Welcome. This is your home.
Bueno, buenos días.
So good morning. So yet another innovation project that is coming to its end. This is one more institutional inauguration. I had come here thinking that I would have to speak from a lectern, but it seems that the mode, the tone is going to be different. So thanks for inviting me to inaugurating this session, this project. Thanks very much for your invitation. Rosa, José Manuel, I think this conference is looking really good, and it seems to be a great opportunity for us to assess the knowledge, the learnings, all the evidence that has been generated in the course of these 3 years. And I believe that we've had exceptional spaces for innovation, for experimentation, and there has been a transforming impact from this collective work. We will be able to take a look at all that in the course of these 2 days. Key to Change, this project that you are presenting is one of the greatest challenges for our Secretary of State, namely eliminating homelessness. This is a complex challenge. As any challenge, any complex challenge, it is urging us to overcome the traditional approaches, trying to find an approach that is based on human rights being at the core, persons, their rights being also at the core, and having housing as a fundamental pillar in this journey. There is no dignity, no social inclusion without housing. This is not a new trajectory for Provivienda, nor is it for HOGAR SÍ. You've been years working on this approach. You've had methodologies, innovative approaches, you've already demonstrated that it is a sustainable, innovative way of giving an answer to this social challenge. We are introducing this project today. There are new solutions, new ways of looking at it, and despite all these keys, there are still closed doors. We know, for example, that the systems for accompanying people in homelessness situations are still rigid systems, and this makes the vulnerability more rigid, more stable. It makes it more difficult for them to have an autonomous life. There are very perverse cycles, like those affecting youth. Young people cannot see the way to get out of that situation, hindering their having a worthy future. We also know that people in homelessness situation also have had traumas, have traumatic pasts, have burdens behind them that limit their possibilities. We need to act from that perspective as well. We need to take this into account. We should also look at the supporting groups which work with difficult situations every day, generating burdens as well. So there are opportunities to work in collaborative circles, in collaborative ways, allowing people to work for themselves, allowing them to improve their situation. These closed doors do not only need for us to find keys, we should also be able to build sustainable paths that ensure that they will have solutions that go beyond the immediate aspects and become structural changes. I do believe that this change towards an autonomous life, a full, worthy life, full of rights, is something that is a shared challenge, and it is reflected as an ambition in the strategy, the national strategy for combating homelessness, and in the national strategy for new care model in the community. Both strategies have been enriched from the experiences of your own projects, and they promote an ambitious deinstitutionalization process. There is a clear roadmap with clear instruments, with clear tools, with which we hope we will be accelerating the necessary changes to come. Any complex social problem needs an increase in regulatory aspects, in financing and funding. We are committed to that from our ministry. But there's something we've learned. We've learned that we also need the approach of social innovation if we want to search for and test innovative or new solutions that never existed before in our country, and which can be levers of change with alternatives that can work out. And with this spirit, in 2019, in our Secretary of State for Social Rights, we made a commitment, political commitment, with social innovation in the framework of a plan for recovery and resiliency, in its component number 22 for care systems. So I wish to thank HOGAR SÍ, Provivienda, their teams. I wish to thank them for their exemplary response to this commitment, which will undoubtedly have transformative impacts on our social services. We need to point out in this experience the capabilities that you have generated to articulate a governance, an agile governance system, a system which has facilitated the exercise of social innovation. It is obvious that you've been capable of generating, together with the public administrations, alliances, and you have included them in collaboration processes. It's been thanks to the public administrations that have participated, because all these alliances, all these spaces, all these complicities will be fundamental in having scalable, sustainable solutions through time. I would like to extend my gratitude to your professional teams, very especially to those persons who have experienced homelessness situations, because their experience-based knowledge has essentially contributed to the transformation that has been included in this project. All this effort is providing us with a toolbox keys for change. Each one of those keys has specific positive effects. And I believe that the truly innovative, transformative aspect is the integration of all of them. And this is going to bring us the key factors to demolish more complex barriers. I'd like to dwell on some of these keys will be fundamental in our approach to this innovative aspect. Accompanying, first one is accompanying people, a person-based approach, placing persons at the core. This is like the first journey aimed at allowing people to lead their own life. Secondly, access to an owned house. Quick and agile access to housing is a priority. Giving stability to people is indeed the starting point towards autonomy. Thirdly, empowerment as self-guided support, giving people giving people back their control on their lives. We need to demonstrate that when people make their own decisions, there's always a positive, transformative effect. And lastly, the transformation of collective dwellings, collective housing systems. These collective housing systems need to develop towards community-based, more inclusive environments. So let me dwell once more on my viewpoint that I believe is the one you've adopted in the course of these years. When we combine these four elements strategically, then we open the doors to those structural changes that we need. All these innovations that you have developed, all the findings, all the solutions, all of them form part of a social innovation package named Portfolio of Innovations for New Care Models in the Community. This portfolio will be introduced in February and has as main purpose these initiatives should stop being experimental. They should become escalating solutions. Many of them have been incorporated into the social services portfolios, and we would like them to become general in all the territories. We would like them to be accessible to all the people who need them. I believe this is the main responsibility we have at the moment in the ministry, in other public administrations, and also in the organizations that have worked on them. Let me sum up by reminding you of an idea that we're putting on the table in these types of forums. Within the scope of social innovation, the aim of the project is usually the start of a new era, a new opportunity that allows us to rethink the solutions, the current policies, in order to continue to move forward in deeper transformations. Because there is scope in public policies needing transformation, needing a new approach to a different world. This is the scope of social policies. So thanks very much to Provivienda, HOGAR SÍ, these pioneering organizations that will become a benchmark based on their commitment. We count on you too. So I wish you all a fruitful conference. Thanks very much for having devoted a whole day, plus one more morning, to sharing, to learning, because this demonstrates that the commitment within a new model is alive beyond the ministry and beyond these organizations. Thanks very much.
Hola. Buenos días a todas.
Good morning. It is indeed a pleasure to be here and to see lots of familiar faces in the audience. It's a pleasure to be here, as I say, to inaugurate this conference, so significant conference for our institutions. We'll be presenting the final results of the two projects that we've been developing. H4Y FUTURO and Derechos a la vivienda, housing rights, and there is a future. We've been conducting these projects for about 3 years. First of all, let me thank Rosa Martinez, Secretary of State for Social Rights. Firstly, because she made time to be here with us in a busy agenda. This is very, it is something that needs to be taken into account. Thanks very much for your work during these 3 years. I also wish to thank all the persons present here, thanks very much for your interest. It is really exciting for HOGAR SÍ and for Provivienda. It is very exciting to see the interest in this conference. In the course of these 2 days, we will be meeting with almost 400 persons. We will be involved in workshops, in activities, and the keys that can open the doors to a change of model in homelessness situations. This is the objective that we had 3 years ago when we started this adventure. I also wish to express, on behalf of HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda, I wish to express our deepest gratitude to the 12 public administrations, regional, central, local, that have been with us in these projects. Without all of you, this would not have been possible. Your commitment, your participation, your openness to change has been very relevant in the implementation, in the success of these initiatives. So, gratitude once more. Derechos a la vivienda and H4Y started in 2022, as the Secretary of State mentioned. They were funded by the Next Generation Funds through the Plan for Recovery and Resiliency in the Ministry of Social Rights, Consumption and Housing. Both organizations wanted to leverage this opportunity of funding to contribute new solutions to the problem of homelessness seen from social innovation perspectives. We did not start from zero. We started from an alliance, from a long-standing perspective of homelessness attention. And when we started these projects, we were convinced that with this experience that we had from the past, with this new approach, we could generate more adapted responses, adapted to the real needs of people, also more efficient, more just solutions. Since there is great importance in tackling big social problems, social innovation plays an essential role because it allows us to rethink our strategies, go beyond our traditional frameworks, ask ourselves the correct questions, and these projects allow us to have time allowed us to have time to respond to these questions. The project started in 2022. In these 3 years, lots of things have happened. Namely, we have moved forward in the guiding model. So we have moved our social intervention paradigms, and this is here to stay, which is very, very important. These days, we have the strategy for combating homelessness, the strategy for a new caring model in the community. The Secretary of State mentioned this innovation portfolio. And the idea is to foster a preventive rights model that focuses on housing and has flexible support. These years have been a learning process. We've generated lots of meeting points, lots of places for the different professionals meeting together from the different administrations. There's been reflections on how things are being done. And this has left us with an essential learning, the cooperation between the public administrations and the third sector organizations. We have it clear that this cooperation is essential to give an integrated response. We all know that homelessness is a very complex problem with lots of perspectives, lots of causes. Ending this complex problem requires looking at it from all the perspectives, not just from that of the social services. We need to look at it from the health service perspective, social community perspective, social inclusion perspectives. It is also essential to give a response from the housing perspective. I'm sure you'll think that I'm going to talk about housing. The current housing crisis is affecting more and more people in social housing exclusion situation due to the cost of housing. But this crisis is more impacting with especially vulnerable people. Housing is a problem for people who are in homelessness situation. It is a barrier for people going out of this situation. It is a barrier for people developing their future trajectory. It prevents them from having access to other fundamental rights and to having access to autonomy processes. None of this is possible without housing. Fresno team will demonstrate that the solution that focuses on people works out. So it is necessary to tackle this problem from a perspective of housing policies. And let me point out 4 main aspects. Firstly, it is necessary to implement all the tools that are available to generate affordable houses. It is essential to have available economic support that allow vulnerable people to pay their rent. It is also essential to develop early detection systems that allow people to move into other protection systems. And the 4th aspect is the fact that it's necessary to diversify and extend the housing problems in order to give a quick response, preventing institutionalization and reversing it as soon as possible. The European Commission recommends, and this is my last point, that nobody should remain in an emergency housing system for longer than necessary. As said at the beginning, we started these projects being convinced that a diversification of solution-based model led by people would work out. But it's not just worked out, as you will be able to verify in these 2 days. It has overcome our initial expectations by generating autonomy processes, and you will see the results of that. This once more puts on the table that access to housing in a community is fundamental for resolving the residential exclusion situations and homelessness, more specifically, which brings us here. Let me sum up by saying that it is fundamental to have public policies that are based on evidence, and these projects will be proof of that. Our decisions must be based on objective data, as the data reflecting the evolution of these projects. This is the only way that we will be capable of moving towards durable and effective solutions. We will know all these results, all these learnings in the course of these 2 days, and we hope you will enjoy the conference. They will be inspiring us to continue working towards a more inclusive future that is full of opportunities for everyone. Thanks very much.
Que nadie duerma en la calle.
Nobody should sleep in the street, in the open, because they lack an appropriate house. Nobody should be staying in a temporary housing system for longer than necessary. No one should be registered in an institution, in a care system, without an appropriate housing offer. Eliminating homelessness, street homelessness, is the objective. The first 3 points form part of the fundamental declaration, the fundamental points of the Lisbon Declaration, and the last point forms part of the national strategy for homelessness in Spain for 2020 to 2030. How far are we from reaching these objectives? If we look at the data, it seems we are far from getting there. At the time when the Lisbon Declaration was signed, 700 people were believed to be in homelessness situations, and in our best available data confirm that the phenomenon has grown by 25%. It is not a certain figure. Maybe the measurements have improved. We could become excessively pessimistic, but there are 2 institutions here that invite us to be optimistic. So my proposal is that we should focus on things that are in favor of being optimistic. We have data that are improving. We have political tools, and these are ever more cross-cutting, more transversal. Housing, health, employment departments have begun to understand that homelessness is not just a matter for social services. The evolution of homelessness will necessarily include the housing problem, and we have solid evidence that the housing-based solutions work out. We have data, we have formula demonstrating that the tools are working, and we have a political strategy that has consensus that is greater than ever. If we focus on these strengths in good time to reach the objective, we should include the two projects that are here to present the results with us today. The development of these two projects has allowed us to learn about methodological frameworks, has allowed us to test these methodological frameworks, see if they work in our environment, see what needs to be adapted. We've been able to understand some key aspects so that there is a successful implementation of the system. Let me dwell on these three aspects. Among the methodological frameworks that the results will show, let me dwell on two that are very interlinked. Firstly, the movement towards person-centered planning to persons-led planning. This is one of the best findings. The idea would be for professionals to stop designing a plan for persons to mobilizing the plan that has been designed by the persons. So the roles change, the meaning of the professional linkage changes as well. This is very interesting because in the social scope, we sometimes lose the perspectives as to how far we can go in influencing the lives of people that we take care of by means of a specific project. We can dwell on fostering the short-term objectives with those persons. We can get rid of the burden of trying to resolve all the aspects of the vital experience. And this can contribute to the success of the plans and to the better establishment of the limits of our intervention.
Tiene que ver con
The second item has to do with the provision of support to those person-led plans, because sometimes we spend a lot of money and resources to deploy portfolios that do not respond to the needs of the people, when it would be much more efficient to be able to finance the support that the people have determined that are necessary for their autonomy plan. The projects, in turn, have allowed us to test methodological approaches that had not been tested before. And I would like to highlight two of them. One of the projects that we presented here, H4Y FUTURO, focused on implementing the methodology Housing First for Youth with very promising results. I think that with this accredited methodology, we will be able to present it to the administrations and to cater for the needs of those youngsters in homelessness situation. And then early intervention within the field of homelessness. Early intervention is a methodological framework that has accredited its usefulness for the elderly, attention to the elderly, and its application to the homelessness environment has been quite revealing. You will see the details, but there is a spoiler. Early intervention and deep approaches early in time can achieve excellent results with much fewer resources. Regarding the keys for the necessary transformation process, I would like to close my intervention by pointing out two of them. First, the training of the professionals in the system. For us, it's been a key element in the project. The projects have developed re-skilling and upskilling actions, and we have deployed the housing school that has nowadays a huge number of attendees. I am not allowed to give away any of the data, specific data in my presentation, but you are going to be amazed at the amount of people that are attending this school. And I close with one of the key elements of this necessary change. I would like to refer to all of you, to the team that have developed the projects. On behalf of Ahora Sí and Provivienda, Gemma Gallardo and myself, I would like to thank you and show our admiration at the work that you have deployed. From the first to the last one of you, you have shown courage, commitment, and creativity. You have taken on the challenge of being on the move at every point in time for 3 years, and you have managed that excellently well, and you have shown generosity and empathy. Thank you very much to all of you. To all the technical teams, the components of the different roundtables, lots of roundtables that have made this ecosystem work. The facilitator teams, the support teams of both institutions that have provided adapted solutions, that have manage the challenge, to manage from the back office a huge and very complex project, and also the professionals from both institutions that many of them were taking care of the day-to-day of your institutions. You are an excellent team, and we are going to make it. I have no doubt whatsoever that that we are part of the team that is going to put an end to homelessness in this country. Thank you.
Estamos.
Qué bonito. Pasa.
Hola, ¿se me oye bien?
Hi, hello, can you hear me? Good morning again. Well, as we were saying before, today we are here to celebrate, but also to speak about a very important journey, a journey that in the end has become a huge experience, a transformative journey and an adventure to some extent. And as any good journey and adventure, it is not free of risks and of lots of adventures that have taken place. And this journey started for many people 3 years ago, and one of those people that were involved and that were dreaming about this adventure was Maribel Ramos. That is the person that is going to deliver a presentation now and tell us a few things about the whole journey. It's been an excellent journey, a wonderful one, and Maribel was one of the people, is one of the people that will be able to tell us about the experimental experiences and the life experiences that they have gone through. So I will stop talking. I will invite Maribel to come to the stage. What a journey, dear friends. We almost didn't make it alive, but we are survivors of the next generation. I've been told that I cannot move too much because otherwise people that are watching through streaming will not be able to see the presentation. So I apologize because one of my characteristics is that I don't obey too much, and I normally want to provoke and foster that people are disobedient, because only from that perspective and from a huge amount of responsibility, that's the only way in which we can transform systems that protect us as a society. I am charged with the task to tell you what we have done so far, but I included a subtitle, how to summarize 3 years of work, of a lot of work, of a huge amount of work by lots of people in 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes. So I'm going to leave lots of things along the way, but I'm going to focus on what is really paramount and what is interesting for those people that have not participated in this journey, but that have an interest to learn from it and to be able to cover that road trip and repeat that road trip, and also learning from the mistakes that we have made. We have made lots of mistakes, but what is beautiful about innovation is that you can afford to make mistakes, but you cannot afford to not learn. And I think that was one of the essential messages that we were working with the innovation team. It has been much easier for me to start with this presentation because both the Secretary of State and Gemma and Jose Manuel have put on the table more or less the motivation, what motivates HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda to take this leap. I promise that this journey starts a little bit more than 3 years ago. It started in 2021, more or less. We started thinking about what we needed to do more, and in 3 years' time we will continue to think what else we can do. But there were certain factors that helped us understand that we needed to do something. First and foremost, as Jose Manuel said, in the last 10 years, there has been an increase of 25% of people living in homelessness situations. And that tells us that there is something that is not working. And we can perhaps think that the protection systems, the systems that protect people, the different ones that exist, are not being able to contain different problems and different situations that end up in homelessness. The protection system for disabled people, for the elderly, for migrants, for mental health, of course the housing policies, all those protection systems have failed when someone is in such a situation. And it seems that there is something missing there, something that is not working properly. And we have another problem, which is chronicity. Those are data from the Institute of Statistics, and there's no trick here. When we interview people that are within the homelessness system, almost 69%, that's a huge percentage, have been living in that situation for more than 1 year. But then if you delve deeper, 40% have been more than 3 years in that situation. That means that the problem and that the homelessness care system has a problem and is not able to provide a solution to the people that get to that situation. And if those systems cannot provide solutions, they are not sustainable, apart from the negative impact that they generate on the people themselves. And at this point, and to the extent that the problem becomes chronic, we all have our own intuition about this. The longer someone stays in homelessness, the greater the deterioration becomes in that person, and the more complex it becomes to be able to provide the right solution and the right response. So the amount of support that people will need are much more intense for longer time, and with lower probabilities of success, if we consider success that the person gets out of that homelessness situation. That is homelessness. A situation is not a condition. Sometimes you get the impression, such as the system is designed, is that we assume that it is normal that there are people living on the streets, and that's not normal, and we cannot really afford to be content with that. We started from two intuitions. One was that early intervention makes it easier to solve the problem, and two, that with the necessary support, we are all able to live in an autonomous way in our community environment. I'm convinced that we all have had some support on the part of your environment this morning, for example. We have all been helped to do something or to get here. But I'm quite confident that most of us didn't know how to get to Pablo VI venue. Even the signs that we read to get here. But we all need support. But sometimes you have natural supports that allow you to have a fully autonomous life. But in homelessness, those natural support systems disappear, and the system has to replace, in a temporary way, those supports. And of course, what we do have is a certainty, that is that if we continue to do the same, we are going to obtain exactly the same results. So with all this motivation, with all this rationale, we invited to public administrations. Some more were invited, but they didn't dare to take part. I'm not going to tell you who they were, but we invited to public administrations, autonomous regions, city councils. Some of them are present here today. I would like to thank you very much for the courage that you have shown. You were presented with 2 slides in a PowerPoint, and you took the leap. And you were confident, and you trusted us, and you dared to embark on this journey with us. I can promise that at some points in time they said, just leave me alone, because we had them exhausted. But I also think that those people said that because we were changing something. We were encouraging them to think with our uncomfortable questions that get us to mobilize and get out of the situation we are in. So I'm going to provide you with an overview. I hope I don't forget any administration. I want to name all of them one by one because they are all very invaluable. I'm going to start from the north. We had the Principality of Asturias, the City Council of Gijón, the City Council of Avilés, the City Council of Barcelona, Consell from Mallorca, Region of Murcia, City Council of Cartagena, Murcia, the Government of Andalusia, the City Council of Madrid, and the Community Autonomous Region of Madrid. So a big round of applause for them. Now that they, of course, were doing their own measures, so they were implementing their own measures, but once they get into this circle, you cannot get out. So what are the principles, what are the guidelines that have guided us? We have a set of principles. HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda have been working with the Housing First methodology for some time, and that was our starting point. As José Manuel and Gemma said, we didn't invent the wheel. We started from a whole amount of work that many other organizations have been doing for some time. But what we tried to do was to really discern what was really important in all that. And you can also get out of Housing First. José Manuel left, so I wouldn't say that otherwise. But it allowed us to clean up a little bit. With all the Housing First principles, we focused on the core principles. And then from that approach of deinstitutionalization, which is where we frame the H4Y FUTURO and housing rights are embedded. And I think that there have been quite a few spoilers, but that will allow me to be more agile, and my colleagues Yolanda and Leticia will thank me for that because I will stick to the schedule. Within the field of autonomy, we took choice and control on the part of the person as the main principles, and we transitioned from that person-centric approach to the person-led planning. When we talk about person-centric planning, there's a very interesting exercise that you will perhaps have to do in one of the thousands of workshops that will take place between today and tomorrow. But there is an excellent exercise where the person is at the core. All the administrations, protection systems, and the organizations of the sector are around that person, but the person does never speak. The person is at the center, but they do not speak. We perhaps have to transition to a different approach. The person should be the first, the leading role. They have to decide, and the professionals should be around that person or by the side, and preferably behind that person, in order to be able to foster, to promote, and to support, but not to make decisions on behalf of that person. And that's what person-led planning is all about. We have still a lot to learn about this planning effort. We are not going to exhaust all the learnings that we can get from this, but I think that we have the necessary foundations to be able to work in a different way. Person-led planning leads us to customization, to a personalization, radical personalization of supports. The itineraries, the one-size-fits-all itineraries that are not useful for persons in homelessness situation. We all need a personalization or a customization of the support that we are receiving in order to be able to have the right life project. So we have to tend towards that personalization of support, and the portfolio of services, such as they were understood so far, really were a constraint on personalization. I understand that this is very easily said, but not so much done. But we know there's a door that has opened up to be able to transition to a different approach. We have to, of course, organize our resources. The third sector organizations are also embedded into structures, but those structures have to be flexible and adaptable, and to the extent possible, customizable. The second main principle has to have housing as a tool. Understood as a tool. In this project, we didn't understand housing as an end in itself, but as a tool that allows us to accompany the person from a much more normalized space. But here we work, as Gemma said, from a perspective that is really very pragmatic regarding housing, and we have to put into action all the measures and all the tools that we have available, and there will be specific workshops around housing. And last but not least, if we want to talk about the institutionalization of the care system and of the homelessness care systems, supports have to be provided within the community environment. From HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda, from our alliance, we have been working around this idea for some time, but we work with the concept of community integration, and there was something that was not working properly, because in the end, what we have behind that concept of community integration is that the mistake or the problem is in the person, and that the person has to integrate into a perfect community, and that is not the case. Unfortunately, in most occasions, that is not the case. That is, it is exactly the opposite, and we want to tend towards the opposite approach. Support has to be offered directly within the community environment. That's why it is so important to make progress in the transformation of the large shelters far away from the community environments where services are provided directly within those spaces. People, as any person here, have to cover their needs. They need to receive the support in the community they live in, and also receive support from the community itself. Those two variables, support in the community and support by the community, are also elements that are an integral part of our way of working. And here we have this concept of social capital, which becomes paramount. We all have a natural support environment, our friends, our neighbors, our family, our partners, and they are the ones that help us in our day-to-day. For people that are homeless, that's exactly the same. But we also have weak links, and then we also have social support that can also contribute if you have weaknesses in that area. And they all have to be focused on getting the person to exit that homelessness situation. It is not just improving their quality of life, which of course is also one of our goals, but if I increase the quality of life of those people, that they stay 4, 5, or 10 years exactly in the same shelter, there's something that is missing. I'm going to tell you an anecdote. I'm not going to tell you the place, but I remember that I visited an institution where someone very proudly talked about a person that had been there for 20 years. And that's really scary. I don't know what you think, but it's scary for me. Does that person have the wrong life or a terrible life? No, probably they have a good life, but we don't want to be in a shelter for 20 years. Nobody would want to be there in one of those institutions. That is not success. That is not the definition. They have to get out of that situation of homelessness, and they have to connect back to the community where we all live. Of course, with lots of problems around them, and I'm confident that the homelessness care system does not need to solve all the problems that that person has, but they have to solve one problem. The main purpose and the main goal is to solve that homelessness. So our main success indicator that Yolanda and Leticia will share with us is exits that we can achieve in the recovery of an autonomous life project that we have achieved by accompanying those people. Of course, they are the ones that achieve that. And we have been working with 2 different projects that, to tell you the truth, there's nobody from the ministry, we worked as one single project. They know it at the ministry. Derechos a la vivienda and H4Y, they have worked together and separately, both. There were two lines of work. One line was oriented towards working on deinstitutionalization. That was one of the core goals of the projects. And who did we work with here? With people that had been homeless for more than 1 year. They had exceeded that time of 1 year in homelessness situation, and they were in a shelter, in a municipal center, or whatever you want to call it, that they were owned by the public administrations that were participating. Those people were in those spaces already. What professionals have we used? We have used several professional roles. I've included 3 of them. 2 of them were from the beginning, and one as a professional of what we call socio-educational support with a ratio of 1 to 10, one professional per 10 people, and then the housing support with a ratio of 1 to 20. Those are the average ratios. The reality is that later on we changed that according to the needs and to the customization of the services that we were offering. And we have also worked with an experiential agent. That is another role. There's a workshop specifically on that, and I see some of our agents here. You did an excellent work, and it's been excellent. And we also piloted some other professional roles, but that is going to be told to you in the workshops. Otherwise, I would be getting into the spoiler mode. So we also work with flexible supports and with supports oriented towards facilitating and promoting the incorporation into the labor market. And there's a part that where a good deal of the people here, our autonomy is achieved through employment that allows us to have an income, and that in turn gives us an autonomous life. So we have supports that are related to employment. And then last but not least, everything that has to do with housing. In the line of deinstitutionalization, we work with our own housing units. They belong to the program. And that means that we were working with houses that were rented in the private market. Only in the specific case of Asturias, we work with public housing. Asturias is a paradise of public housing, apart from a natural paradise in terms of tourism, but also Extremadura, but they didn't want to take part in the project. I come from Extremadura. I'm the president of the Extremadura lobby. But we work with those program houses where the houses belong to the organizations, but people had access to those houses with a use assignment, and they had some rights over that those houses, and they have the keys. We have a key just in case, but only when the people give us permission, we could use those keys. But they are the so-called owners of the house to some extent. But maximum 3 people per house, and we wanted to work according to the needs of the people. We have had houses with 1, 2, and 3 people, and we work according to the needs and to the reality of the housing market, of course. That also had an impact. And we also offered support at the exit. We accompanied those people when they didn't need our support anymore. We accompanied them to search for a house, and we supported them in order to have access to those houses. And that in the line of the institutionalization. And in the early intervention line or prevention of institutionalization, we work with slightly different people. We started thinking that we wanted to work with people that had just arrived in that situation, less than 3 months in homelessness situation. And there was a silence. That silence was exactly what we achieved. We didn't get any people, and that was a discovery on the part of public administrations. Where are those people? because it seems that they are not having access to our homelessness care system. So first finding of the project of housing rights, it was that we need to develop early detection systems for the people that have just landed on this situation. And we will tell you the average time of people in that situation. Then the professional roles, we work with the same professional roles, the same ratios, 1 to 10 in the case of socio-educational support, 1 to 20 in housing support, and then the experiential agents and supports were exactly the same. But what did change? In the case of housing didn't belong to the organization. We provided economic aid, economic support, so that they could rent in community, and they rented room most of the time because of the reality of the housing market. And the difficulty, for example, to rent a house in the case of Barcelona, for example, with the average support of around 400 to 450 euros. Of course, that is almost impossible. So here we have a significant change. And one of the learnings that we get out of this is that we started with some houses here for people that were in a terrible situation, a transition house. That was a mistake.
Fatal.
So they did not work out well. So as we saw that they had not worked out well, we closed them down, all of them, little by little, not so radically, but we closed them down because we realized that the transition housing units for these people who had been there for a short time were not working well. They were not helping people receive the support directly from the community. And we realized that we ourselves could be exercising and institutionalizing role. So this is one of the differences. For H4Y FUTURO, as José Manuel mentioned, what we did was to pilot the housing first for youth methodology. It's about copying, adapting it, and making it better. In this case, it changed a little bit. We were only working with youth, young people between 18 and 25 years of age, who were already in a homelessness situation. In the specific case of Madrid, we just did not seem to want to do or make things easy. So we designed a vulnerability tool that allowed us to identify the degree of vulnerability of people. So what we did, specifically in the case of Madrid, was select those young persons with the greatest difficulties, with mental health problems, LGTB persons who had undergone a migratory process, irregular administrative situation. Make it even more difficult was the principle. So we worked, I don't want to use the profile concept because we're working with people, not with profiles, but these were variables that were present. And in the case of the professional figures, I need to tell you the truth. In the case of housing rights, we had this average ratio, but in H4Y FUTURO, we risked more. And there were people who, due to their vulnerability situation, needed more support. What we did here, we tested and verified that even if this was the average ratio, we could have some degree of movement. So we could have one person accompanying 5 persons only, but with 5 persons with great needs, and then maybe have another person accompanying 15 persons. But this was the degree of flexibility based on the needs of people. The needs of people are not stable over time. They go through different moments. So the flexibility and the personalization were moving in this direction. The same for housing. In this case, for the case of support, we were offering financial support to provide a basis, and we also applied the trauma approach. There are workshops that focus on this approach. I invite you to explore in the housing school as well. And for the housing scope, there have been heterogeneous situations. There have been financial support for the renting of rooms, shared housing units. The same young person went through all the solutions because he had or she had different needs and we needed to adapt. So this means flexible support, personalized support. It means that the needs of people are not the same. I've shared a flat, I've lived on my own, I've lived with my partner, with friends, so this happens to the lives of all persons. In addition to doing this, in an innovation process, we also wanted to generate knowledge, and in this knowledge generation, we worked in two different scopes, two different directions. The interests of everyone belong in one or in another box. We've worked greatly from the perspective of knowledge generation in the public policy scope. We've generated a great deal of evidence. I won't stop here in detail because we'll have more details about it later. We have generated, designed, we have modeled, and this is something that will be available in the near future so that everybody can consult it, public administrations or any organization, so that you can copy what you need, you can hack anything you need to adapt, but we want this to be used, and this is why we are conducting these projects. And we've also drawn some recommendations in the public policies program. In the program, you have in your bag, you have a QR code that leads you directly to all the keys to change. You have a great amount of documents, documentation that we've generated. We will continue to upload all that in the next few days because we just ran out of time. We're alive, but we just ran out of time. So in the next few weeks, before the 31st of December, we will finalize the uploading of all the documentation. But I invite you to scan the QR code during the coffee break, for example, after my speech, please, so that you can explore in there. Please use the scrolling tool because the amount of documents is amazing and the scrolling down never ends. So just keep scrolling down. I myself told José Manuel not to give the data of how many people are registered in the housing school because he had it. I did not want him to reveal it. So it's very easy to say to the professionals, well, we don't want this type of planning. Persons-led planning is much better, etc. That's very easy, but we need to be on the side of people who are undergoing the situation. If you're in the public administrations and you need to design new public policies, it is essential, we find it essential, for all the knowledge we generate, which is not exhaustive, it is not perfect, but we have systematized it in the housing school, which is at your disposal. We've had over 1,500 persons registering, and our goal when we were designing the projects, was to have 500 persons. So the number has been amazing, and it means that people want to change. People need to have the knowledge that they can use, but not only knowledge, but also practical tools. This is the tool house. Our team has done an amazing work here. We have collected as many tools as we've been capable of designing over these 3 years of work. Tools that are focusing on direct work with people, over 500 tools in this tool house, all of them at your disposal so that you can download them, use them, adapt them, distribute them, copy them, hack them. They are your tools. Please use them, otherwise it'll be no good at all. During this conference, this 1 day and a half, all the teams in the workshops will base their workshops on these tools, so we invite you to use them. It's been an immense pleasure to be one of the persons, not the only one, but one of the persons who were sitting at the table, which was governing all this. 5 persons that I want to name because the work has been amazing. Wada, who is over there, she did an amazing work to make this beautiful today. Maite Luque, she was always asking, is there a future? Is there a future? H4Y FUTURO? So thanks very much. Thanks very much. She was always answering, there is a future, and then it's worth our work. Gonzalo, thanks very much. He always put a note of humor, acid humor, but he was constantly giving us a perspective, the viewpoint of the public administrations, public policies, the design of the policies for the future. Thanks very much, Gonzalo. A million thanks to Maria Rosa. She constantly told us about the ugly side of things, but we needed someone saying this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong all the time. But she's also done an amazing work, not just in the initial phase of housing recruitment. There's been an amazing work behind the escalation of the project so that the administrations could protect us. Maria Rosa has been incredible in that respect. We did need this Nazi side, so thanks very much. So thanks very much for that, Maria Rosa. And thanks to Adamaris, who I went to cry with because with her it was about identifying the risk, putting pressure on everyone. So thanks very much for the conversations I had the opportunity to have with you. As for the rest of the team, it's been wonderful. I've had a great time. I've greatly enjoyed it. And as for the administrations, this is a project, so do your best with it. Thanks very much.
¿Qué tal todas? ¿Cómo venimos? ¿Cómo vamos?
How's everyone? How are you doing? I'm really excited at hearing everyone. I think this is giving us an amazing opportunity, an amazing opportunity to have been participating in Derechos a la vivienda and H4Y. There is a viewpoint that we want to share with all of you, want to rescue, because we often hear that innovation defines a problem, information defines a problem. In this case, information, the evidence, and the data we've generated define the possible solutions, the alternatives that we have. So without further ado, Yolanda Soriano, consulting expert at Fresno, I invite you to share with us the results of H4Y. There is a future.
Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning, everybody. It is a great pleasure to be here today with all of you. My name is Yolanda. I'm in the Fresno evaluation team, together with Daniela, Adriana, Leticia, and Maria, and my colleagues. Leticia, by the way, will present the results of the Derechos a la Vivienda housing rights evaluation. We have a big challenge today. We want to transmit to you some of the most important ideas that we have drawn from the evaluation of Derechos a la Vivienda and H4Y. There are many more ideas, many more reflections, many more data. These are included in the report, but we bring here the most relevant ones. Let me give you some details about the evaluation from a methodological perspective. We have conducted an evaluation of the different dimensions of H4Y. We have assessed the processes, the results on persons, the results on the institutions, on the implementing organizations, and we've also assessed the costs. We focused on the results of persons evaluation, which is one of the main aspects of this presentation. I would like to mention that we've conducted a longitudinal evaluation assessment. We have measured the main variables on which the project aimed at impacting with regard to the lives of people over time. In other aspects, like intermediate assessment, we've presented data that relate to the first stage of the project. This means the evolution of the persons who participated between 0 and 7 months. In this case, we've been able to include data about month number 14. This gives us an overview of the evolution of the persons. As regards the impact on persons, we will be presenting this by disaggregating the information based on the main dimensions that we believed the project has. This refers to everything that has to do with access to the program, how it unfolded, what data we can draw from that, from the point of view of the policies transformation. Then there is all that has to do with the transition towards housing, towards the community, and here we will be presenting data on housing. Then there is the aspect of the enormous work done by the professionals, this personalized attention that is led by persons, all the flexible supports and the results that this has had on the persons. As we heard at the beginning, the final goal of the project was for persons to strengthen their autonomy, in many cases for them to have an autonomous exit from the system. This is related to the impact on persons, but we will give some degree of details about the cost and the impact on the administrations. Moving on to access to the program. Before beginning, I'd like to go through some data that will help us understand how the type of persons that participated in the program. Some of these data are familiar to you. We've had 105 persons, ages between 18 and 25, in homelessness situations in Madrid and in Mallorca. On average, they had been 21.4 months in this situation. This is the equivalent to 1.8 years. Mainly male, as is the case for housing rights and in general in the homelessness situation. Mostly foreigners, 88% were foreigners, and this relates to the work permit. Many of the participants in H4Y did not have a work permit at the beginning, 72.3%. Then a specific data about the situation in H4Y, the fact that 52%, so this is slightly more than half of the persons participating, came from the children protection system. As for the outcomes and learnings, there are many of them in this first phase, as Maribel mentioned. Only at the beginning, when it came to interacting with people who had been in a homelessness situation for a short time, like is the case for youth, the H4Y team realized what the reality of the system was. In many cases, the system does not have the appropriate mechanisms or tools to detect persons, so the homelessness attention system is acting too late. And these are learnings, these are outcomes that we will explain more about later on, because this shares the reality of H4Y, and we've also verified it in early detection. There is not a preventive approach. The problem becomes a chronic problem, and it becomes more complex to give the solutions that are required. With regard to what I explained earlier, these persons have mostly gone through the children care system. There are two outcomes that invite us to reflect. Firstly, if half of the persons in H4Y have been part of the children care system, this means that once they become of legal age, they feel unprotected, and this lack of protection leads to homelessness situations very often. In addition to this, in cases of foreigners without a work permit, despite the fact that they have been protected by the children protection system for many years, in many cases, we've not managed to make their administrative situation legal. When we specifically talk about youth, it is necessary to dwell on the fact that many of the people who become homeless or reach their homelessness situation have an intersection of many vulnerability factors. So if we are talking about solutions to youth homelessness situation, we need to talk about integrated responses which include the influence of the traumatic episodes in the young person's past. As regards the transition to community life, as Maribel mentioned earlier, the project deployed different housing situations, housing solutions. In the case of H4Y, the majority of people, 86%, has had a transition towards a shared housing system. There are also people who have transitioned to individual housing systems, some to the private market program. And we have data related to the first 7 months. They allow us to see the solution in those 7 months with persons. Once they found a housing unit, we see the percentage of people who are feeling quite or very lonely in the place where we were living. In month zero, this was 48%. After 7 months, it was 27%. So there's a very positive evolution in the decrease in non-desire loneliness. As for the perception about the integration in the area where they live, at the beginning it was at 3 points over 7 out of 7, and after 7 months it went down to 4.6. So there's a great deal of learning here, making housing instrumental, making it into one more support to help persons be more autonomous. This has been very successful. Activating solutions with quick access to housing solutions has been very important. Diversification of housing solutions has been very relevant. Specifically, we're talking about young persons in homelessness situations. There's been great sensitiveness by the professional teams when they have accompanied the youth, if they needed to change the housing unit within the same program or change municipality. There's been a great degree of flexibility and adaptation. If we look at accompaniment and support, here in this chart, we can see the degree of satisfaction of the persons participating versus the attention received by professionals. These data relate to the 7 months and to 14 months. We have been asking them questions at points, and in both cases, for each of the questions that we've worked on, the values are between 6 and 7. This means that the degree of satisfaction of the people participating in H4Y, the satisfaction with the professional attention is very, very positive. So, hooray for the professionals. Some data about the coverage and the activation of the services that the service implemented. Some specific services and connection with the community services. On the left, we can see that the job service has been the most widely activated service. 56% of the people participating in H4Y used the service. 33% of the persons activated the direct transfer service. Thirdly, the active housing search service has also been activated. We also wanted to ask them how they value this with regard to their autonomy, and the reactions seem to be very, very positive. Direct transfers for autonomous exits have been highly rated. Support services for housing search has also been very, very positively valued, as have the job services. Let me stop here, give more details, because these are data that are new. We've not really seen these data before. So we have different indicators. All these data, all these charts allow us to confirm a trend that we already noticed in the intermediate assessment. In general, we see that for persons participating in H4Y, they've moved forward progressively, and there's been a consolidation on month 14. In the left chart, we see how they feel regarding the neighborhood, the area where they live. The light blue bars correspond to 0 month, the dark bar corresponds to month 14. So of all the items that we asked, if they feel part of the neighborhood, if they feel that they know people, in all cases, the initial measurements were at around 2-3 points out of 7, and throughout the 14 months, the values increased. In many cases, they even doubled, reaching doubles close to 5 out of 7. So the integration has improved. The integration of these persons in their community has greatly improved, or at least the way they perceive it has greatly improved. In the other chart, we see data related to persons' perception on their emotional well-being. We've used a scale named GHQ. It needs to be interpreted inversely. When a person has more than 17 points, this means that their mental health situation is poor. From that rating, deterioration is greater. So at 0 months, the persons participating in H4Y were slightly above 17 points. This means that they were beginning to be in a poor mental health situation. As the project progressed, as the different aspects of their lives have been worked on, we see how this mental health situation has improved, reaching sometimes levels which are considered to be normal in terms of mental health situation. As for the chart at the bottom, we've asked them about different aspects related to social relations and their perceptions about those social relations. In the 3 charts, we see a positive evolution, like, for example, regarding the percentage of people who state to have friends, the percentage of people who state to have acquaintances or partners. As regards the job activation and the activation of the improvement of income, we see a positive evolution as well. The left-hand chart show a positive evolution. In the first chart, we see the percentage of people who are working, and we see an exponential growth over time. At 0 month was 14%. At month 14, it was 48.4%. Likewise, the percentage of people who are studying is doubled. At 0 month, it is 5% of the persons participating. At 14 months, it reaches 10.9%. Consequently, the last chart, the 4th chart, the percentage of unemployed persons who don't try to find a job, this percentage is decreasing. 0 month, 14% were in this situation, and the percentage went down to 0 after the 14 months of the project. Of course, this has an impact, repercussions in terms of revenue, of income, which is tripled, moving from an average of 321 to an average of 969 euro. We've also worked on the access to an income through work, but also through subsidies. 1 out of every 10 persons received the integration minimum income at the end of the project, and this is seen by the persons as a greater satisfaction with their financial situation at the end of the project. They had a 1.6 points satisfaction at the beginning and 3.3 satisfaction level at the end. And we come to the autonomous exits in H4Y. We come to this aspect, which was the objective. The initial goal was for 50% of the persons participating to make an autonomous exit. This percentage has not just been achieved, but has also been increased. 55% of the persons participating in H4Y has an autonomous exit. And in absolute terms, this is equivalent to 58 persons. Deepening into these autonomous exits, we see that based on gender, there was a greater proportion of women. 8 out of every 10 women participating in H4Y had an autonomous exit. If we look at the activated services, we also see that in all cases, persons who activated some service were a greater proportion of those who did an autonomous exit. We see the percentages for job services, active search for housing, and direct transfers. On the right, we see indicators related to autonomy, motivation for change, self-perception. The blue bars indicate the perception that persons have for those who did an autonomous exit, and the green reflects the same for those who did not have an autonomous exit. The perception is very positive in both cases. It is higher for those who had an autonomous exit. So this tells us that these persons had a better progression in terms of autonomy than those who stayed. But it even tells us that even those who did not do an autonomous exit improved their motivation for change, their self-perception, the perception that they have about their own autonomy in general.
So these data, apart from being quite relevant and very positive as regards the impact on people, then the cost assessment also tell us that they are affordable. And here we have that the per day person in H4Y has a lower cost compared to the rest of the services that are being offered right now in homelessness care. So this solution is not only viable, feasible, and efficient, it is even more affordable. Here we have some of the key points where we are going to drill down a little bit more in terms of right to access housing, but this is due to many solutions that have been implemented. The activation of the social media, of the natural networks, the promotion of the leadership capacity, and among other alternatives. Some recommendations. I'm not going to get into the details, but if we are talking about housing, we also have to talk about recommendations that go beyond social services, that involve different departments and the need to extend the housing park, the housing portfolio. And apart from talking about the people, we also wanted to give you some more detail about the impact that this has had on the professionals and the administrations themselves. In particular, the professionals, we have seen throughout time that they have transitioned, as we said at the beginning, towards a different type of role. And now they have replaced themselves in a more instrumental role, where they are one among other supports and elements that the people have to make their own path. Then there are other type of approaches, like, for example, the strength and the traumatic centric approaches, and they have become a liaison with other resources that are available in other protection systems or in some informal networks. And last but not least, regarding administrations, we have also seen, or we have also analyzed the effects that it is having, apart from the fact that it has really improved the situation. It has created venues or forums for dialogue and for co-leadership with the administration. Data are quite promising. 60% of the administrations that have participated state that they have changed their approach to homelessness, and 80% state that the managerial staff are more interested in these solutions. So the positive impact of the administrations or the opinion of the administrations that have taken part, and now they are changes that are taking place. They are, for example, both in the case of Mallorca and Madrid, we foresee the incorporation of new offers with this in mind, with an approach or with a focus on the young people and the autonomy approach. And that's more or less everything I wanted to share with you and what we can tell you regarding the assessment of H4Y. And of course, you also have all the information available in the report. Thank you.
Bueno, si hay mar, Noelia.
Vale, muy bien. Se escucha.
Okay, can you hear me? We now go to the last presentation in the morning. This is important charts, percentages, but the truth is that there are people behind that, people that we accompanied. So thank you very much for sharing all this, and we are all very curious to know what the results of housing rights are going to look like. If we have seen those of Vivienda, it seems very promising. So I invite the Leticia Enar, the Director of Assessment and Public Policies at Fresno. She's going to tell us. Thank you, Danny. Good morning, everyone. The truth is that it is very exciting to be here. And if I really become emotional at some point, you have to apologize because I have to apologize, sorry, because it's been a long journey and with lots of experiences, and there are people behind all these statistics. And that's important to bear in mind, and we shouldn't lose sight of that. As Yolanda said, this is an external assessment that was carried out by the Fresno team. I would also like to thank both the Alliance and the public administrations that took part, the professional teams and the people themselves that were the ones that gave us all the information and that have enriched this whole project. We have lots of data, a lot of information, and there are many slides, but what is really very important is to focus on those messages that are more impactful. You are going to see the data, and we are going to have a workshop on that, so we will give you more data. The assessment had 3 different dimensions. We focused on the people, on the persons themselves, and also on the impact of such a project on professionals and public administrations. And here it is important to take into account what the approach was all about. We start from an innovation approach. When we innovate, we have to look at the lessons learned, but also we have to learn from those elements that allow us to change public policies. All innovation projects have a goal, which is to change the system. They start from a set of needs, as Maribel mentioned, that were identified, and then a set of innovative solutions were proposed. What we are going to see right now is the results that were obtained with those solutions. It is important when we deal with housing rights, we need to cater for the assessment. The assessment, this assessment is experimental in nature. We have a group of people that are participating, that is the experimental group, our clientele, as we call it in our organizations, and we also have a control group. So people, exactly the same people that were selected randomly to compare. And we have tracked those people through 3 waves: 0, 7 and 14 months. That's very easy to say, but it is really very difficult to work on the field with homeless people. In the chart below, we see the data. We have there's some attrition, but we achieved a sample that is sufficiently large so that evidence that is presented here are robust and allow us to draw conclusions that are rigorous. First, characterization. As Maribel said, we opened up several lines of work in the case of housing rights that accompanied different needs of those people, not profiles. Maribel doesn't like the word profile, so I'm not going to use that word. But what is the characterization? Regarding early intervention, that is something that we have already broken down throughout the different presentations, and it is quite interesting because we didn't know who those people were. We wanted them to have less than 6 months in homelessness situation, and we weren't able to get those people. But who are they? The majority of them are male, but it is also true that a huge effort was made to have an over-representation of women. 27% of women, which is more than the average that you can draw from the National Institute for Statistics. Foreigners, we started from that intuition. We saw that 72% are foreigners, and the majority of them, 70%, didn't have a work permit. So we started from a situation that doesn't seem very favorable with lots of barriers. But what is most important is their story, their life story of homelessness, an average of 18.5 months. If we were looking for 6 months old or 6 months in homelessness situation, why did we get to this? Because people get to a really very unstable situation. There's a period of going back and forth before they become really homeless permanently. People that are in the line of work of deinstitutionalization have a different set of needs. In the previous case, we were talking about an average age of 37 years. They are people that are in the midst of their productive life stage. In the case of deinstitutionalization, we are talking about people older than 52 years, with a majority of male, but in the case of nationality, we find that Spanish nationality in deinstitutionalization is more prevalent, almost 50-50. Half of them are Spanish. And again, within the foreigners, half of them didn't have a work permit. It is also important their trajectory within their homelessness. It is true that they age they get old in the system. We don't have that preventive approach or that early intervention, but on top of that, when they become homeless, they become chronic, and 43% of the people that took part in the project of our clientele have been in that situation for more than 4 years, and we see people with more than 12 years in the homeless situation, and we cannot really understand how those people can stay in the streets for 12 years or in an institution. But the recommendations that we draw, and it is important to highlight, is the need for that early intervention, for that early detection systems to be put in place. Something that was put on the table was a surprise at the in possibility to identify the newcomers into the system. And there's a core responsibility on the part of different protection systems, because we know that some systems, like some for example, the international protection system, just expels, or it is a focus for those homeless people. Also the primary care social services that are very weak. Those are key pieces, key elements to be able to act promptly. Then policy recommendations, we are not going to delve too deep into that because there are workshops for that, and you will have a venue to really discuss that more at length. And then transition towards a community housing. That is one of the important elements that we have assessed. Regarding early intervention, those habitation solutions, the chart on the left, you see the initial situation. Those were housing or system housing, and which were not efficient, and we transitioned towards a different system. Normally they were rooms. And we acted quickly. They were provided with the resources, and they were able to identify their own solutions, their own housing solutions. So that in the midterm allows us to provide more sustainable solutions. On the other hand, in the chart on the right, in the two charts in the right, those are the measurements of the initial point at wave 0 and the arrival or the target point. The lower part is the institutionalization network, and what we achieve as housing rights is one of our goals, which is that people get out and are accompanied in those deinstitutionalization processes. And in the case of early intervention, it is extremely important, the green area, which are the people that exit the situation. If we compare both, the impact of the project is quite positive and also very efficient in terms of the goals that were proposed. And the institutionalization, which is a different set of needs and a different characterization of the subjects, and so the solutions have to also be different. There were program housing, shared housing, individual housing, and also rental rooms, as you can see there, and you of course can read the charts. It is interesting to have a look at those on the right, and imagine that those are people with trajectories of an average of 7 years in a homeless situation. It is difficult to work with a person in that situation. They are very much institutionalized. But the project was able to achieve a drop in the degree of institutionalization. If you look at the blue or purple area, and that's the drop in institutionalization. It is also important to bear in mind that the solutions that the project provides, which are the brown ones within deinstitutionalization, have a quite a positive impact. And that is apart from that, it is important because people get old in the system normally. 14 months have gone by, and the ones in the blue area, that's 14 months to add to those 7 years. So data tell us, and evidence tell us, that we are not providing the right solution and that things become chronic. And now we are going to see that this is becomes even more difficult when you have to work with chronic homeless people, because the processes are more difficult and more costly. Key for everything is the house. Offering housing that's a lever for change. We've spoken about this a lot. What are the learnings or the lessons that we can draw from this? We need flexibility, and that's extremely important, and that has been the general rule in the project. Personalization, so people are able to look for their own solutions, and then for public policy, we shouldn't deceive ourselves. It is very difficult to to have access to housing, and to start with, the public administrations don't like room rentals, but it is the reality, and the reality is that it is proven to be the right solution. And then community housing, and community housing as a bridge for community resources. That has been one of the aspects that I would like to highlight. And then as regards recommendations, of course, more houses and more affordable houses, and so that people can have access and transition towards those in an autonomous way, and independently from the care system. If we look at the projects, one of the main elements is how we accompany people. There's a set of services, of course, but how were supports structured, and how you have been working. That is the added value and the thing that makes us all change our mind, and that has turned projects into a different approach, and with different results, and with different outcomes. We have tried to do things in a different way, and that has, of course, its difficulties. But that, in the end, had a repercussion, an impact on the people, on our clientele, how they see their support, how they assess and rate the supports, and that transition, which has already been mentioned several times, transition towards the person-led planning instead of person-centric planning. The teams are just supporting and pushing forward and promoting that, but everything is on the initiative of the person themselves, and that makes them perceive things in a different way, in a much more positive way. In this chart, you also see that there are two different approaches. The green is self-directed support, and the blue one is early intervention. But nobody explained, and I will do that, that within early intervention there was a pilot with 60 people that were working from self-directed support methodologies. And there's a workshop on that, and you can perhaps get more information about it. But it is also interesting to see the results, because they are quite different. Regarding this, the perception, this is the measurement in the last wave, 14 months, and the percentage of people that are fully satisfied is very high. And especially the participation in the decision making, because we are talking about de-institutionalization, prevention of institutionalization, and this is a reflection of the impact of those accompaniment processes. We also offered services. It is true that the work with this community approach is one of the main characteristics of housing rights. We also have to say and to acknowledge as an assessment team that not everything is for the good, but one of the main discoveries after some time of the project, we discovered that, and we started to take action, and we became aware of how important it is to bridge the period between the people and the services of community care services. How do we liaise between public policies and social protection policies and the people themselves? We put in place those three services: employment service, active search for housing, and direct transfers. And so those were activated, and all, of course, on the rest of the services of the program. It is also important to talk about the efficacy and the perception of people regarding how those services were working, mainly as regards direct transfers. There's always a doubt in public policy as regards how do we provide public support, through transfer, through economic aid, or through services. What they are telling us here, and the results confirm that, is that direct transfers, which are economic transfers, do work, as many of the benefits were working as well. But on top of that, people perceive that that is useful and can make things easier for them in their path towards autonomy. If we look at the clientele of the deinstitutionalization line of work, remember again those chronic trajectories I was telling you about, and how in the end the project compared to the control group, which is a equivalent control group, which can be comparable, we get scores regarding accompaniment and control and trust in the person, a greater freedom of choice. In every case, in every situation, we have higher scores in the experimental group compared to the control group. So that means that in the end, that way of supporting, that way of accompanying people have an impact on those people. And here again, we offer them the same services, and it is striking to see that, for example, in direct transfers, we see that the activation was done by the participants themselves, even to a higher extent than in early intervention. And people, again, score it or qualify it as very useful in how it can support them in their autonomy process and in the process to exit the homelessness care system. Some recommendations for transforming policies. Out of those findings, what we can recommend as a general rule is based always on the trust of people. It is important to articulate in public policies and to make progress towards economic benefits. And there is also a very important question, which is personalized supports. We are talking about a set of services, and of course we have to structure services, but we also have to think about those personalized support measures, and that personalization, that possibility or that need to adapt to the needs of the person. If we are giving them something that is not what they need, we are turning them into chronic homeless people. And so the tools are showing that they are efficient if you adapt them to the specific situations, and that requires a change in the system systems themselves and in the personalized budgets with a different way to conceive the whole approach. Then regarding autonomy and autonomous exits, this is one of the main goals of the project. In early intervention and also in deinstitutionalization, it is important to take into account how people get to this situation. In early intervention, the processes are faster because people, of course, had a different starting point and different characteristics. But I would like to remind you that we are talking about 70 something% of foreigners, out of which 75% didn't have a work permit. So in spite of that starting point that is really less advantageous, the truth is that people are evolving more or less the same, and they evolve positively, and they feel they have a lot more control, they feel much more confident compared to the control group. In all items that you see there, the average scores are more or less at around 3.5% in the control group, and in the experimental group we are coming close to 5.5%. So it's important. Supports and work have to adapt to the life plans of those people, how people look at the future with a different perspective, and that really reinforces their situation and really reinforces their confidence, so that people can exit the care network themselves. And they normally exit according to those principles that we mentioned at the beginning: housing, community, autonomy. It is very relevant how from the first moment the project is very clear about the focus, which is getting to autonomy and to autonomous exit. When we started to work on the ground, we went to one of those houses in Barcelona, and there were two people there that were to clients that were there. And it was a wonderful and a beautiful experience. And one of the first things that were raised by one of those people was a leaflet from a real estate agency. So it had been, that person had been 2 months in that house, and they were already thinking about looking for their own solution. So from the autonomy perspective and being clear about the focus, that was one of the main added values of the project and one of the main lessons that we have learned. And that is done also based on what we mentioned, the importance of that social capital, of building those support networks, and of becoming a bridge towards other policies and towards community resources. Of course, rebuilding relations is not easy at all. In the case of early intervention, we see on the left, on the chart, we see the difference between the people that had an autonomous exit and those people that didn't exit autonomously. In the case of the experimental group, which are the 3 columns on the left, we are talking about a difference between 0 to 14 months, which is positive in both cases, more so in the case of people that exited autonomously. And when we look at the control group, if you read it, there's a positive impact and a positive increase in the case of the people that exited autonomously after 14 months in the control group, but not so much so in those that didn't exit.
This means that despite rebuilding the family links is very complicated, some movement forward is seen in this respect, and there is some degree of building of these natural support networks in the cases of those people who are in early detection stages. One other important aspect is how they transition from the special attention services, like for the case of health, for example. So how the transition occurs to more community-based services like social services for early detection, early attention, where this bridge has been reduced. One other aspect is that which has to do with the social capital. Where do people search for support? In this case, we would need to dwell on the fact that in the last wave, there have been greater degrees of support for persons when there is a difficulty or a need within the circle that goes beyond professionals. And it is the closest circle of the person. And this adds positive aspects too. As for early attention, it's not just about work or jobs. Getting out of the situation needs for us to take into account the access to rights, and this has been worked on from the program. Truly, there has been an increase in the number of persons who receive a salary, have a salary, but it is also important to say that there's been a diversification of the sources that allow people to leave the situation behind, to exit the network. On the right chart, you see that the experimental and the control groups, in the case of people who did not have an autonomous exit, in one way or another, this traps people. This makes them trapped. You see the percentage of people who are working, 7% for the case of the projects. Despite this fact, we might think that people who are working, they might have had the conditions, but they did not have this autonomous exit. So this is quite a good question to ask ourselves. The initial goal was for 50% of the exits to be achieved. 76.2% has been the actual outcome for autonomous exits, 82%. So the figures speak for themselves. Where did these persons go? Mainly renting a room in the same city. This logic of economic perspective leads you to find a housing solution. As for deinstitutionalization, persons also improve their degree of autonomy and especially their projection towards the future. The way in which we work with this profile of persons is different, but there are also some good results, gradual results. These are more chronic, chronified persons. Re-establishing the relations is more difficult. With regard to the neighborhood, there are positive indicators. If you look at the chart at the top, you see how people feel regarding their area, their neighborhood. There is a clear net positive impact in cases of the people who participated in the project. Deinstitutionalization, again, here we focus really on the fact that, well, they are or they are not using the institutional system. Since they participated in the project, it is clear that there is a reduction in the use of the more institutionalizing services. Also, in the case of the control group, there is a reduction, but if you look at it in detail, it is not so visible as in the case of the people who participate in deinstitutionalization. Income, improvement in the income, in the revenue. In this case, it is important to see, and this is one of the learnings of the project, to see to what extent the network of attention is responsible for everything. The deployed strategy is important. We see here that there are other protection systems which are also responsible. In the case of the institutionalization, the average is 7 years. Is it possible that people can leave behind the situation only through jobs? Well, there may be other protection systems that might give an answer to this situation. In fact, the project managed to find other sources of financing, other sources of income. In the case of the attention network, in the case of the control group, we find the same result. People who are working, but they cannot leave or exit the network, and this was not the case for the project. The objective was 25%, and 56.9% has been achieved after 17 months. This is very, very relevant, and there is something I would like to point out here, although I'm running out of time. I may be interrupted at any point, but I would like to point out the time factor in terms of accelerating the processes. Having a time horizon leads people or encourages people to make decisions, and at the end of the period, we saw how exits were really accelerated. This is an important systemic change. I wouldn't like to finish without mentioning two very relevant pillars in the project. One is the professional teams. There has been a reinvention with lights and shadows, but there have been some processes that make accompaniment change. It's not so much what has been done, but how things have been done, how these professional teams have worked, the challenges that they have encountered. There has been a clear consolidation in this deinstitutionalization approach in terms of bringing people back to their spaces, and there are other aspects that have been harder to achieve and to work on by the professionals, but there has been a repositioning in which training and experiences have been especially revealing. As for the public administrations, the learnings have been manifold. We've had the opportunity to share spaces and to see how the gazes changed, how the perspective changed in the minds of the public decision makers. There was the idea of transformation of the attention system. The best example for this is the fact that there are three administrations: the Council of Mallorca, the Barcelona City Council, the Sevilla City Council. Three administrations with relevant changes on the table within their policies. And now to sum up, what's the cost of all this? Because this is all very pretty, but the budget is always important, and it is in fact not so expensive. It is quite an affordable situation. If we compare the cost of a position in the institutional attention network, we would be talking about 68 euro per person per day. As for the three following lines, self-led support, early attention, and de-institutionalization, they're even below. So we can conclude that the project is affordable, and this is important when these decisions are made. It guarantees the sustainability of the model. Sometimes from public policies, we forget about the importance of managing the resources from the perspective of efficiency, the perspective of the evidence about what is more expensive and what is going to give me an answer to the problem, what is going to resolve the problem. So these have been a few keys. I want to say thank you. Let's not forget that public policies are at the service of people. People should not be the ones who have to adapt to the public policies, but vice versa.
Sí, como bien sabéis, toca la pausa.
Well, you all know that there's a coffee break now, but before you leaving the hall, just let me remind you that the coffee break is an excellent time to reinforce those weak linkages, those contacts that might be useful tomorrow when the program has finished, because we may need to make some phone calls after the program finishes. So for those of you who did not register at the beginning, the tables outside invite you to register. For those persons following us online, you can now take a break as well. So please be back here at 12:30 or in the workshops at 12:30. Leave, or you'll not get any croissants.
Buenos días de nuevo. Bueno, ahora ya estamos un poquito más
Welcome
en
back.
familia, la gente se ha ido distribuyendo por...
This is a little
por los-
bit more familiar now. People have split into groups, and some have gone to the workshop that takes place in a different room. So we are in a more intimate space here to discuss housing as a right and as a tool for community life. The transition from one institution to another space to deinstitutionalize this process is a transition that makes community and takes place in the community, and houses are in the community. So this transition can be safe, and with a house, this transition can be accompanied, and the house or the housing unit is the lever that connects persons with the community. This has been a key factor in the project. This is about housing rights, and the colleagues that we'll hear from now will talk about that point. Damaris Barajas will be the presenter of the speakers. She's Director of Strategic Planning in Provivienda. Damaris.
Por favor.
Big round of applause for Damaris.
Gracias, Sergio. Pues podéis...
Thanks, Sergio. You can come in. Thanks very much for drinking up your coffee quite fast. This is, as you can see, a very high-level panel, and we have heard throughout the morning about the keys for change. One of the key aspects that was clear at the beginning of the project was the fact that homelessness is a housing problem, but the attention system for this problem cannot just resolve all the problems that are connected to this aspect. We've always been aware of this, and we wanted housing and social services to be connected, because to us this is an essential aspect for resolving the situation. Before introducing the members of the roundtable, I'll give you some data to give some context to the moment that we are experiencing. When we started 3 years ago to launch these innovation projects, one of the aspects was the price of housing, the deterioration of the housing system in some of the places where we're going to implement the project. This was preventing us from gaining speed in the execution, and throughout the period, housing prices have increased by 11% year on year in terms of rental prices, and this has had an impact on the exits of the persons that we were accompanying. According to a Provivienda report from last year, prevention and attention to housing exclusion, at state level there are 5.5 million houses in residential exclusion situation, 5.5 million houses, and the rental prices are impoverishing 4 out of every 5 houses. 250,000 of these houses have average income. I won't look at too much at the figures, but this is the context where we are. If we do not resolve this challenge, this structural challenge that we have with housing in Spain and in Europe, let's also include the European perspective, we will put at risk all the evidence proven by the institutionalization strategies, the new attention models. One of the pillars is tackling the housing situation. I insist the key to resolving the problems go much beyond. There are some key elements needed, flexible support, lots of phases in the prevention aspects. In this roundtable, we'll be looking at the housing aspect. This is a luxury roundtable with Francisco Javier Martín, General Director for Housing. Let's hope he will throw some light on these policies for affordable housing. Patricia Bezunartea, General Director of Diversity and Family Diversity and Social Services. She will explain about the interconnection between the social services and the housing problems. Pilar Aguerri, is coordinator of the social working group. She belongs to the AECE, the network of land and housing. She will also discuss affordable housing. Elisabetta Leni, she's a researcher, she's a representative of the Y Foundation in Finland. She will tell us about successful experiences in their context. We will then have some rounds of questions. Could you please be as short as possible in your questions? Elisabetta will speak in English, although she understands Spanish because she's of Italian origin. Francisco Javier, let's begin the round of questions. What structural barriers does Spain look at for increasing the housing, the housing sector in Spain, and what is the role of the social policies? Well, thanks very much for inviting me, first of all. I'm delighted to be here. So, barriers. I believe that the main barrier in the last years, we're starting to talk about decades, because we are in a situation which originated in the financial crisis in a more poignant way. So it's almost a decade now, and it's occurred mainly because there's something that we had difficulties analyzing so far, only to a certain extent by the administrations, the third sector, the more vulnerable sectors, the groups of people with problems that are linked to less structured social situations. In one way or another, the administrations were willing to give coverage to that trench of the population. And I believe that this trench has become wider and wider. It is true that with different degrees of vulnerability or degrees of difficulty in accessing a housing system, it's widened one way or another to the extent that we now find a wide percentage of the population without any access to any housing modality, based on their income, based on their social situation. And this is something that caught us very unstructured, very unexpected. And one of the shortages, one of the gaps that we encounter every day in the regions, in the municipalities, etc., lies in the fact that when we deploy any program that has more components, not just lack of housing solutions. There is also social components. So these are people who need deeper social accompaniment. It is difficult then to have coordination between the two competent authorities. Historically, the housing competent authorities have looked more at public housing in different modalities, but they have not been so committed with social management. This has been more a matter for social services departments. So there is a lack of coordination that I encounter every day. It is not that there is no willingness. They want to do things right, but there is not a good structuring of the organizations, of the institutions, and this generates lots of malfunctioning. Let me give an example. When we started to see a mechanism in the legal system that allowed judges or courts to communicate to the social services situations of evictions, for example, this information had never been provided before. Not even the social services knew in the past that there was a risk of vulnerability situation. And now, when this vulnerability situation is identified, there's no immediate support, because that type of support is under the umbrella of the social services, and there's no connection. So the ecosystem that should bring solutions comes into play late. So this is one of the main problems. I honestly believe that there are solutions. We should not be in situations, at least in the most dramatic cases, we as a society should not allow ourselves to see situations that have no solution, because this is not something that cannot be managed by the administration. We have a third sector ecosystem that can help us, that can accompany us, but there's no structure. There is no structure in terms of connection or in terms of dimensioning of the different resources that each department has: housing, social services, etc. And these are obstacles which I believe do not have to do with big figures, large figures. We need the big figures to give access to a profile of people who are very well structured, with good income, without any destabilizing element, but who cannot access adequate housing unit, or they should need to make an excessive effort. So this demands management of the funds, but for the other elements, with a bit more organization, with a bit more structuring of the social housing management, I think many of the problems would be alleviated. So this excessive financial effort impacts 7 out of every 10 minimum income households. So the percentage is growing. We talk about an excessive effort. We will later compare with the definition of affordability of housing in Finland. This, I mean, has to do with the fact that Spain has 2.5% social housing versus the percentage in Europe. We will later ask you about the strategies, the policies that you implement in cases like this. Patricia, in your social services department, how is this housing problem impacting your policies? Do you have specific cases? Do you have figures that illustrate the situation? Thanks very much for your invitation. It's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to be invited to these types of forums. I think that the impact of housing problems on the vulnerability of people is absolute. It is the major problem, the one that has the greatest impact on people's lives. It is a problem that has increased the relevance of housing in persons' lives. There are many data confirming this. It is estimated that almost 10% of the population is a residential exclusion situation. Young persons cannot leave their parents' house. This is 10% of the youth, according to the Provivienda data. And so this is very far from the European percentages, and this represents an impact on their lives, an impact on the risk of exclusion. So those who leave their parents' house have serious obstacles in their lives, and they get themselves at serious risk of exclusion. And there are news every day about the inflation rate of housing increasing every month, or homelessness increasing by 25%, having been increased in the last 10 years. All these data directly impact on persons' life beyond the general data. We're starting from a financial model that has traditionally been based on construction, in Spain, and this has diverted our attention from the housing problem itself, because housing gives way to other rights from my point of view. The fact that persons cannot pay a rent involves the conditionality of the revenue possibilities of a family, the possibilities that families have to cover for their basic needs. And there are data that show that since the pandemic, with unprecedented investments in social policies in this country, the poverty and exclusion data have not improved at the same pace, same rate. Some data have greatly improved. We have inequality rates that are much less. We may have think of the fate of many people if they had not had the social shield that we have provided for them. But the indicators still show bad figures. And housing is at the core of the explanation why there are still impossible indexes. And then the inflation plays a role. The guarantee of improvement of revenue of families has been absorbed by inflation in basic products needed by families. So the impact of housing on the exclusion poverty processes is an impact that can no longer be separated from the rest of the aspects. I would also dwell on how this impacts some collectives, some groups. When we talk about homelessness, we talk about specific situations, and these are aspects that we need to begin resolving. Young persons with difficulties, leaving their parents' house, with situations of prior or previous vulnerabilities, not having a network of protection sends them to protection networks, networks that should not be devoted to basic housing situations. When we talk about women, for example, the rental prices impact women much more, especially women with children, and this is representing an obstacle to their later inclusion possibilities, social inclusion possibilities. And then something that we need to tackle for our society is the non-legal or illegal migrants. And there is basic attention being given to them. But these resources for homeless persons do not include any support possibilities that goes beyond the emergency cases. So we have a complex umbrella that we need to tackle in a complex way. And as Javier mentioned, I think that in these moments of tackling the difficult social problems, the responses need to be complex too. And this involves the integration of policies. From a moment of planning, housing and social services need to share solutions. They need to look at shared solutions from the very first stage, not after the process is finalized. There are instruments, examples, different strategies that are being developed from the Social Services Ministry. And I believe all this has great relevance when it comes to articulating the policies so that they are made efficient, because there's always been social policies, but the challenge now has to do with implementation and efficiency. So they should serve their purpose. And I think that from the housing perspective, as Javier mentioned, I've read some ideas. Fernando Fanto mentioned this in some of his articles. I agree with his view. I think the housing policy, from a social perspective, needs to be universal. So the fragility with regard to housing has increased greatly, but the housing solutions cannot leave out those that are in the worst situations. And we also need to work from prevention, otherwise there will always be new persons joining extreme exclusion. Will need solutions, and I think we need to take part or intervene earlier on in the resource generation, in the diagnosis, accompanying, working on this couple, housing, social accompaniment, and we need to move forward in this direction.
Pues Pilar, además de representar a la US,
Pilar, in addition to representing US, you are director of the house rental department in your city. So what are the challenges that you encounter from the public housing management, from the local municipalities sector? Well, we are the ones who implement everything that my colleagues explained, because we work every day with those persons in need of housing solutions, with those in situations of greatest vulnerability. Our association brings in companies working from the public sector to offer housing resources with reduced prices, with the guarantee that the persons will remain in the housing unit, ensuring some rights, and the housing units adapt to the needs of the persons. So these four aspects: price, quality, and guarantee of the housing unit responding to the person's need, and quick access, are the 4 points that housing units need to include to give an answer to the social needs. The main problem is in the fact that we have more needs than we can give an answer to. We make greater and greater efforts. We now have more housing units, but we are getting into a situation in which there's a stagnation of housing units, in that the period between social housing and exit to the free market is really big, and the improvement that these social housing units represent do not correspond necessarily to coming out to the market. So the persons living in our housing units remain there for a long time. So the progression towards an improvement situation that leaves this resource as a temporary one does not always take place. I don't see this as a negative aspect. I do believe that for specific cases it is good to have housing unit which is safe, has quality, is affordable, and is there forever if you need it. It is a public service that we provide. It just requires for us to have more housing units to give an answer to the different needs that might come up, and we're working on that. On the one hand, we work with the Ministry of Housing, the housing plan. They give us the resources, the tools to grow in this field. I need to say that the current efforts are trying to find private-public cooperation to speed up these processes, and this cooperation is aimed at an affordable housing sector, not a social sector. Affordable sector is a sector that has greater economic, financial capacities, but also more capabilities in terms of jobs, because we know that all the subsystems guaranteeing the standard of living of people are not just housing and social services. We need to include jobs. We need to include health, the healthcare system, because sometimes there are associated health problems, especially when we talk about drug dependency or mental health persons, hindering the person's autonomy, hindering them responding to their needs. Social security, when it comes to subsidies or the integration minimum income, that guarantees movement forward and greater autonomy. So we need to have this viewpoint of everything working together from all the facets, and there needs to be this connection between the public and the private sector. We are seeing more and more this need to work together, this possibility of support given to each other, jointly developing policies that give an answer to the needs at every moment. And in this respect, let me just add two things. We need to begin from the design of houses, from the design of housing units was seen as a design meant for families couple and 2 children, 3 children. And what we are seeing now is needs from one single person, smaller cells. So for more vulnerable collectives like homeless people that require smaller housing units, otherwise we'll need to share a housing unit. And this may be good because it favors the mutual support, but it brings about a greater need of adaptation of the person. And we may be demanding this capacity of adaptation from people who already have lots of problems, and it's not easy for them. In the design of housing units, it's important to take into account the communities. In cases of public housing, for example, the support of the community is fundamental for the autonomy of persons coming from a homelessness situation. I hope you can give us lots of examples of this. If we create an urban area with 300 social houses, all of them having 3 bedrooms, this may not fully cover the needs that we are talking about. We need more reduced communities that allow for social interaction and mutual support, that allow for different models of housing, having different persons living there, different models of family, so that mutual support is also facilitated because everyone is contributing something good, something not so good, and we grow by sharing all these things. And finally, we need to achieve an intervention in which from housing there is an integration in the environment. This is very important from the housing groups, from the social services groups. We're working on that very intensely. The community aspects are very relevant for the improvement of the life conditions of families, of peoples, and also for the creation of citizenship, the creation of this feeling that you are taking part in something bigger, and the community is enriching you in turn in this respect. The integration of housing in the environment, the way we create it is very, very relevant. For example, not having internal main entrances. This is very visible in the wealthy people areas. This is very endogamic, and it is not always favorable for collectives, for groups like the ones we talk about. We need an integration between the persons and the environment. They need to feel part of that area. They need to feel like they form part of something bigger in which they can grow. I think that this social mixture part is very important. And the last aspect is achieving a commitment from the private owners. There's a great deal of commitment of developers in the private-public cooperation to reach affordable housing, and this is responding to the needs of young persons who want to be independent. They are starting in their professional career. But we also need to have the collaboration of the private owners of housing units, small owners that can give us their housing units, and we can put them at the disposal of people who have greater needs. That way we have more houses in an immediate way. We don't need to wait until we build new houses. This would be very expensive, and they are distributed across the territory, and this is also very important to facilitate this integration, this community support. Having housing units in different areas of the cities, of the territories, is an added value factor that facilitates the integration and improvement of the life conditions of people from housing. And we'll leave it here. Okay, I think this is a good learning that you are bringing about a different way of managing public and social housing. It is based on aspects that were stigmatized in the past. All this can be resolved. Elisabetta, there are many expectations about a different model. Could you tell us about the way the housing model operates in Finland, who the actors are that take part in the model? We know that Finland also led some strategies for tackling the homelessness situation. The figures were reduced in an amazing way. It was based on a different housing model. And you also have a different concept of affordable housing.
I'm speaking in English. Thanks for the invitation. So I will try to be brief and describe how the housing sector works in Finland first. So when we talk about affordable housing in Finland, we mean housing that is provided with some sort of state support, which is rented with rules, where the rents are set according to rules set by the state, and where the tenants are selected according to rules set by the state. So a first difference that I see with the Spanish model is that rents in Finland are set according to a cost-based calculation. So the rents do not depend or do not reflect the financial situation of the tenants, but rather reflect the expenses that are needed to build, maintain, and manage a certain property. So when you compare the rents in affordable housing with the rents in the private market, you can see that affordable housing is usually 20 to 40% cheaper than the market rents. And then I also talked about the selection of tenants. So the tenants are selected according to some criteria that are set by the state and that basically give priority to the people that are most in need. So there are no strict rules concerning income. So any person with any income is eligible to apply for affordable housing. But then, of course, when there is an evaluation of the urgency of needs, then if your income is high, clearly you have no priority. So these systems allow the affordable housing to reach the most vulnerable in the end. In terms of the actors involved in affordable housing, so the Ministry of Environment is in charge of the general housing policy in Finland, and interestingly is also in charge of homelessness, of the homelessness program. So in Finland, homelessness is primarily seen as a housing issue, or at least it should be led by housing, the housing ministry. And then there are, of course, some two main forms of state support. So before I said that affordable housing is built with the support of the state, and there are two main instruments here. The first is provided by ARA, which is the Housing Finance and Development Center of Finland, which provides basically interest subsidies and guarantee loans. So the amount of money, let's say, that it's given for the production of affordable houses is quite limited in the sense that it covers the cost of interest and, as I said, this gives guarantee to the bank. When ARA gives a support, we call like normal affordable housing. And then there is another state organization, which is called STEA, which instead provide funding for building housing for special groups. And special groups, we mean young people, we mean homeless, especially long-term homeless people, and elderly. And in this case, the state support is much higher. It's usually cover 50% of the cost of a certain flat. So as you see, since rents are cost-based, as I explained earlier, the STEA support means also having rents that are quite low compared to the market, to the private market. And then, of course, a very important role is played by the municipalities. Municipalities in Finland have their own housing company, so they produce housing. And usually the housing that is produced by municipality is the cheapest. And they also own land, which of course makes it easier to build in new areas in this sense. But also a very important role is in the development of housing policies at the local level, because through planning and regulation, they can really affect the availability of affordable housing. They can prevent segregation, which of course we want to avoid. Just to give you an example, in the city of Helsinki, there is a minimum of 30% of affordable housing that should be present in every new development, which of course guarantees that affordable housing is built and it's sort of integrated in the new development and it's not segregated. And finally, there are organizations, well, of course there is the private market, but finally there are the organizations such as the one for which I work, so Y Foundation. So there are no-profit organizations of different sizes that are active in the affordable housing markets. both in the provision of affordable housing and in the provision of housing for special group. And of course, the size of the no-profit sector varies. For example, my organization is the fourth largest landlord in Finland, so we have more than 19,000 apartments all over Finland. So this proves that no-profit organizations can be, major leaders in the provision of housing and can play a major role.
Muchas gracias. 90.000.
Thank you very much. A very interesting piece of data, the number of houses, of apartments. And we will have a Q&A session at the end, but let's go to the point with solutions in very little time. Francisco Javier, we cannot wait 5 years to provide housing solutions. I would like you to tell us what strategies and legislative changes are considered by the government, and if there is a role for the non-profit and the third sector in those strategies. I fully agree that there is no time to waste, but at the same time, I don't know, we were in another conference at some point, and Edu, I think it was Edu that said that we have to be careful not to be all depressed. We have to start to focus our efforts on solutions and on hope. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it happen. When you have a sizable problem, I was listening to Elisabetta, and of course I was looking at data. Finland has 380,000 square kilometers and 5.5 million inhabitants. In Spain, there are 49 million people in 500,000 square kilometers. So it is difficult to have the same approach. And then they have housing associations that are collaborating very actively and in a very proactive way in that problem. Here, we shouldn't discard any potential solution. The housing problem that we are tackling, of course, is not just a single problem. It is a set of problems, and homelessness is a huge problem and has a lot to do with housing, and it has a solution through housing, but the trigger is not housing in the majority of cases. The trigger for that problem is probably a different one. It may be housing, but together with many other things. And there are many other situations where we can face homelessness situations where housing can be one more problem among others, but we cannot address that with a single solution or only with regulatory solutions. It is indispensable, and talking about collaboration, public partnership and collaboration, and the public-public partnerships are also important. And we implement those types of solutions, but with very little ambition up to now. We are deploying right now a program with European funds that is investing 1 billion euros in affordable housing in public soil, in public land, and just to build for development. In 1.5 years, we have found public land to build 25,000 houses with €1 billion in 1.5 years. I'm sure that there will be a lot more land that can be used and can be deployed to build affordable housing, of course with some budgetary ambition, but also with those formulas and with the incorporation of the third sector that really lowers the cost of that system. I think that we could perhaps take a quantum leap in the midterm. But in the short term, we have to generate the necessary instruments so that every house that is being built becomes an affordable house. And that has to be achieved through agreements. There is no other alternative with those that are developing those houses or the owners of those houses. As small owners, we have a housing stock that is made up of small private owners, and if we focus on 85%, which are individuals, are natural persons, more than 50% of those people have a gross income per year that is below 30 €70,000. More than 70% of those natural persons that own houses have a gross income that is below €70,000. So with that type of owners, you have to find ways to have agreements, to reach an agreement with them so that they can be, for example, assigned to a social housing project, and those assignments of those properties can be really implemented in a way that is beneficial for both parties. And those are very timid initiatives and very timid efforts, and then public institutions that are the ones that have to promote this and that have to provide the guarantees. We should, when we start a development that with those PPPs, with those public-private partnerships, I guess that administration should at least guarantee that the private person that is going to manage those buildings or that is going to develop them, if they have some vulnerability, that will be assumed by the administration, of course. But we are being too shy in that path. We are missing that ecosystem of trust and confidence between the traditional developer and public administrations, because that public developer or social developer does not exist in Spain, or at least it is too embryonic to cover that huge need. So it is not a question that Patricia was articulating it very clearly. It is a very complex problem that requires complex solutions and very diverse and integrated solutions, but we shouldn't really renounce the possibility to do things and say it is impossible to solve this problem. We have to solve the problem all together. Administrations have to be ambitious, and it is impossible to acknowledge that the right to health and the right to education or to pensions has to be tackled with a lot of ambition, and we are still coming to realize after many years of democracy that housing has to also be tackled with ambition, and that has to cascade down. The administrations and the state needs to provide similar conditions for access to housing. But then the autonomous regions have to also make their own effort, a budgetary effort, and also effort in terms of people, of managers, and of really implementing that policy in practice. I am an advocate of public-private partnerships, but sometimes I fear that we might end in the private sector doing everything. You do it, and then I'm here if you need something. That's much easier. We also have to implement the necessary structures on the part of the administration and the budgets in the mid to the long term that are stable throughout time, and that is what really is needed. PPPs can be useful to take that leap and to generate in a very short time that something to cover that gap, but administrations have to be structured to be able to cater for those problems in the future. In Spain, out of the 7 million protected housing that were built in the last few years, they are all now in private hands, all of them, because they were built by private developers, even though they were protected. You said 2.5%. That's what we consider affordable housing. Public housing, there is 300,000 houses. So we have to change lots of things in our public way of doing things, and of course we have to involve the private sector. But that has to be done from a proactive approach, and I'm really stating it very clearly that we are going to be ambitious. Otherwise you cannot require from the private sector what you are not doing. We have little time, but Patricia, within that collaboration between public administrations and private developers, how can we integrate the housing policies and the social services policies with a preventative approach and with a personalized approach as well? I just would like to comment on what he just said. We need to diversify our responses to tackle that complexity, to think about the long term, but also in the short term. We need public policy instruments and financial instruments And we also have to exert public responsibility, because leaving it in the hands of the private sector is really letting them lead it, even though you may have to say something on there. But we have this problem. This problem comes from a whole history of doing things in the wrong way. But we shouldn't just look at this problem from the point of view of the private sector and from the point of view of profit. We have to define the public goals in order to make progress in that direction. I would really like to highlight some instruments that are already in place. The first one is the housing plan. It is not up to me, because that's part of the responsibility of the Ministry of Housing, but they have an approach that has to be developed and that needs to be improved, but which is already an approach. It is a housing plan that really encompasses many different plans that make reference to social needs. They are talking about rentals and what is happening around the rent prices, certain groups of population, homeless people, disabled people, victims of gender violence, young people, and so on and so forth. So there are already instruments that come from the housing environment that are already catering for those social needs, and we need to delve deeper into those. There's a challenge, and that I think will be closed in 2025, which is the housing challenge, and we need to think about a new housing challenge and a new housing plan, and we have to embed it within the whole framework of the different social needs. A second instrument, which we have developed a little bit further at the request of the Ministry of Social Services, is a dual strategy one, which is a new model for care, focusing on deinstitutionalization. And when we talk about the fact that the solution is not institutionalization, we are always talking about housing, because they have to live an autonomous life and in a place where they can live, and they can have to be able to choose their own life project. And then also very important, which is the outcome of the projects that you have implemented. We are talking about a transformation of the support system with different areas of focus, and one of them is housing. Housing has to be there, has to be available, so that that process can take place, focused on people from a community-based point of view, to retake or resort to community as the environment where things have to happen. And we have to continue to provide funds and provide resources to develop that solution compared to the institutionalization solution, which is the one that we don't want. And the focus of the strategy is to reintegrate people into the community. And then that social accompaniment, which is the fight against homelessness. Somehow it encompasses the goals of the Lisbon Declaration, and that's the contribution that the Spanish state has provided to those challenges that are posed by the Lisbon Declaration. And there's a focus on prevention, committed to deinstitutionalization. Both strategies are connected there, and the solution for homelessness cannot be an institution or only an institution, which is the only way in which we responded to this situation. And we can think that a day center or a shelter is a temporary solution, but it is an institutional response, and the institution is the core of the solution. And we have to go beyond that and leave that behind, leave those institutions for situations where that is required because of the agency or because there are always social agencies. But that cannot be the basis of our policy for homelessness. It has to be based on rights and housing, and with two main pillars, which are not the only ones, but are the most important ones. One would be the challenge of eradicating the street homelessness, which is the most serious one. There are affordable figures, and we have to prioritize that. And at the same time, we have to act preventatively. We have to prevent people from falling into those homelessness care systems. Why does that happen? Because we don't have detection systems to detect those people before they become homeless. So we need to implement some instruments to be able to develop policies to accompany those people very intensively so that they don't end up in a homelessness situation. And that's another topic that we have to tackle, and that would be all. We are running out of time, but we would like to finish this round of questions, and I apologize to the technical team, but Pilar, what opportunities do you see to tackle those challenges from the local perspective, the public housing managers? I'm very positive, very optimistic, and I think that we have lots of instruments to tackle those problems, and with programs, with ideas, and with a system that has a self-assessment and a continuous improvement mechanism, we can do a lot. We need lots of resources, the housing plan, the social services plans, those are all opportunities. But when it comes to setting foot on the ground, we need to prioritize. Out of the houses that we have, we need to make more of those social and affordable. Then within those, we have to prioritize how what groups of population we are going to prioritize, because we don't have enough stock for all of them. And then we have to mix them into the society so that we don't build a ghetto. We need to integrate those people. And in that way, we will be able to answer different needs, and we will see an improvement where we prevent those ghettos from building up. And then last but not least, prevention. When someone is living in a public house, we also have to make sure that they don't lose it. Otherwise, we would be starting the whole cycle again. So we need prevention for that. And that requires that where evictions, we need to have social teams that work from that moment. And I'm in charge of having those 200,000 public houses to be implemented so that we also provide support to the people living in those houses, and we have to prevent those people from losing the house and falling back into homelessness. And then two positive experiences. A first opportunity plan that we developed with the social services of my city council in Zaragoza, where we have houses available for temporary stays when people do not have a house, as a mechanism for prevention of homelessness and a transient solution towards some more stable ones. And then another plan where we provide those institutions that work from the housing environment to support people with specific needs, with complex needs, to give them the opportunity to have a headquarters, a house from where to develop those programs. And I have to say that in our case, they represent 18% of the houses that we manage, the ones that we devote to those programs in collaboration with the City Council, with institutions, and with social services. And in the last term of office, we have increased 33% those programs as a response to all those partnerships and different sensitivities that we are sharing here. Thank you. One last question, very quick one for Elisabetta. What recommendation would you give Spain based on the Finnish experience that guaranteed access to sufficient affordable housing to implement the housing first system successfully?
Well, I think probably the most important thing is accessibility to affordable housing. So there needs to be availability of affordable housing, because you cannot end homelessness without housing. You cannot have housing first without housing. So that's probably the most important thing. And then, of course, what in Finland worked very well was a leadership that came from the government, and especially from the Ministry of Environment, with funds like earmarked for homelessness and homelessness work, and concrete objective, concrete goals towards which to work. And obviously, what happened in Finland was a clear system change. So we went from a situation where the main response to homelessness was shelters and temporary accommodation, and we completely changed the approach, because we realized that with shelters and temporary accommodation, you don't end homelessness. And so now, like, the emergency of course, it's there, but it's a very little part of the response to homelessness, which is based in prevention and in housing. And this, I think, worked very well.
Muchísimas gracias. Pues
Thank you very much. We've run out of time for questions, so we are going to leave it here. We don't want to take more time from the next roundtable. So thanks to the four of you for this integrated approach, and we go on to the next roundtable. Thank you.
Bueno, la palabra...
Well, prevention is a word that has been articulated several times in the previous roundtable. The need to identify very early the need to tackle the situation of homeless people so that we prevent them from becoming homeless. And we had a sentence that said that if you are on fragile ice, our security depends on our speed. And that's a metaphor that really comes to illustrate that we have to be very fast, very agile, and very flexible in order to provide support from the beginning to those people that see that the life project really disappear and that need support as soon as possible. From that early intervention approach, one of the main contributions that housing rights and about rapid rehousing is one of the main elements, and we are going to discuss that. It will be introduced by someone who is very special, Sonia Pintor, who is in charge of housing at Provivienda, technical head, and together with Granada, David, and several other people, we have developed this early intervention line. And with Sonia, I have spoken more on the phone than with any other person in the last few years. So, Sonia, without further ado, you have the floor, and Sonia will introduce the panelists on rapid rehousing. Okay, I think you can hear me. Okay. Okay, I had a presentation. I hope that you can see it now. I am not very good at innovation, but I'm doing my best. So, good afternoon, first of all. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for putting up with us in this very complex time of the day before lunch. But before we go into the topic of this panel, rapid rehousing, I would like to ask you to imagine something. Think about your home. Think about that place where you take a rest, where you have your dear ones, and where you find, where you take refuge. Imagine that all disappears suddenly, overnight, and that whole space of security disappears. You get into a time of uncertainty, you are looking for answers, and you don't have resources to restart. That's the daily reality of thousands of people in all our regions. It would be very easy to provide a quick and fast answer to that situation. It would be perfect and it would be ideal, but that's where we come in. We need to focus on a concept which is fast and easy. rapid rehousing. So let's try to find out what rapid rehousing is all about. It is just about providing a rapid answer, an agile answer to those people that have just become homeless, making it easier for them to count on the support that they need to be able to access a house. And that's it. Very easy. But we will have to delve deeper into that. One of the keys that we have introduced is the different workshops. Rapid rehousing is one of those elements, one of those systems that we have, and we would like to highlight this because it's made a great contribution. People who are in deinstitutionalization even, or in self-direction and early intervention, the three pillars have already gotten some benefit out of this rapid rehousing. Everything is evidence-based. 76.2% of people that were in early care have exited homelessness, and in self-directed support, 87.3% of those exited the situation. So there are some differentiators here that make a difference and that have allowed us to accompany those people. What was the methodological principles that we took as a basis? Marisol has mentioned them: autonomy, housing, of course, and community.
The community as the supplier of resources. Key factors that we have worked on, there are many more, but I would like to point out those personalized, flexible supports that we have been hearing about, a team that is specialized on housing, accompanying these persons, housing units integrated in the community, they supply support, and all these processes have been led by people. All these factors, what do we do about this early identification of the needs to prevent chronification of the system? We are all here today because we share the commitment of guaranteeing that nobody should do without a safe home, some place to call a home, like the home of those persons who are following us online. Throughout this plenary session, we would like to explore, together with our experts group, some learning, some success cases, some challenges, because we have learned from all those mistakes, all those errors, all those challenges. Together we have the opportunity to change the world of the housing crisis, and we need to give hope to those who most need it. I'm telling this to set the framework, and I would now like to introduce you to this group of experts that are here to help us deepen into the topic. Francesca Albanese, welcome. She's the Executive Director for Policies and Social Change in Crisis, UK. Also, Carme Fortea, I'll say it in Catalan, Director of Services for Homelessness Attention of the City Council of Barcelona, and Soledad Rodríguez, who's a social worker of the Social Inclusion and Community Program of the Avilés City Council. Without further ado, I will sit next to them and we will begin the discussion. Francesca, how are you? Hi.
Keep calm. Queríamos empezar este plenario.
We would like to begin this plenary session, this roundtable, by dwelling on the innovative solutions that you have undertaken through crisis in the UK. And I have a very specific question to you, Francesca. In crisis, you include some innovative solutions to tackle the problem of homelessness. Could you share with us some recent experiences, some innovative approaches that has been particularly efficient in the support and accompaniment of homeless people?
Yes, I can. Sorry, because I'm listening to the questions
Yes.
in Spanish and then trying to
I have
catch
to
up.
translate the answer.
For those of you that don't know, Crisis is a national homelessness charity. And in the UK, homelessness and housing are a devolved issue. So we have 4 different government approaches to addressing homelessness. In some ways, that's good because it means we can learn from different countries. So England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland all have a different approach. And Crisis operates in 3 out of the 4 jurisdictions across the UK. We are in a situation where in Scotland and Wales, the government have pledged to end all forms of homelessness. And in England, we have a commitment to developing a cross-government strategy to addressing all forms of homelessness. So that's positive. But I suppose before I kind of talk about Crisis's innovations, I wanted to make the point that we haven't got it right in the UK yet. And it's definitely a process of learning, and we have lots of challenges. So like a lot of the conversations we've already had today, our biggest challenge is a lack of affordable housing, particularly social rented housing across all countries that we work in. However, one of the things at Crisis we like to do is we recognise that there are the systemic challenges, and we continue to campaign for changes to those systems that we work in, but we also recognise we can't do nothing. And so some of the solutions we kind of innovate around is about looking at what can we do now that can really make a difference to people coming to our services. So in a year, we support about 10,000 people a year. Most people are single adults. And one of the areas that we know has been particularly difficult for us is we work in a lot of areas where there are prisons. So one of the innovations that we have looked at over the last 3 years is something called critical time intervention. And that is specifically moving people very quickly into settled housing from an institution. So it's got a prevention focus, but with the rapid rehousing kind of as part of that. And so we've worked in 2 areas, one in the northwest of England and one in Wales, working with prison leavers to work with people up to 3 months before they exit prison. We then work with people in a very intense way for 3 months coming out of prison. And then we kind of work with people in a less intense support for up to 6 months. And so the idea is that you're working with people when they're that transition point where it's really difficult, particularly when you're exiting the prison system. A lot of people don't have ID. It's about setting up bank accounts. It's about looking at what options there are. One of the things we have been doing actually is a randomised control trial to look at kind of how effective that intervention is. And we're coming to the end of that. And one of the big challenges we found is that whilst we have tried to move people quickly into settled housing, the housing markets that we're operating in means that we've often had to work with people in temporary accommodation first. Recognise that isn't an ideal solution, but it's about working with individuals and also making sure that that transition is effective. So if someone is in temporary accommodation, we continue to support them. And whilst critical time intervention as a concept and model, a bit like Housing First has kind of fidelity and principles, what we've recognised is if someone needs slightly longer than the 3 months, because actually we haven't been able to find settled housing, we are flexible around their needs. And so that's one of the innovations that we're looking at. And very quickly, another area we have huge problems with in the UK, but particularly in London, where we support around 4,500 people a year, is people leaving the asylum system. So we have lots of restrictions on benefits for people who we state have no recourse to public funds. Crisis is an organisation that receives non-statutory funding, and so one of the benefits of that is we can work with anyone who comes to us who is homeless. And so quite a lot of people who come to us in London have no recourse to public funds, and whilst the local authority can't support them, we can. And so one of the other innovations we've been looking at is working with people up to 20 days before they're exiting the asylum accommodation to help find ID, to link them up with a GP surgery, to look at kind of what their housing options are and to try and think about does this person need help with employment? Like, what can we do for that individual? And we've had some really, really high success rates in terms of, we've worked, in the last 12 months, we've worked with about 200 people leaving the asylum system, and just over 120 of people are still in tenancies 8 months later. And for that group of people, that's quite a high tenancy sustainment rate. It's not perfect, and we always want to innovate and make sure that we're learning from how we can improve things. But yeah, that's another group of people we know it's very, very difficult to find housing very quickly.
Qué bien, Francesca. Además, por lo que has estado...
Excellent, Francesca. So from what you explained, I see lots of similarities, especially regarding quick or fast rehousing that you provide to persons leaving prisons to help them exit that system. It is a tough institutionalization. And we can link it with all these learnings in our pilot trials in both territories, in Barcelona and in Avilés. We don't like to talk about profiles, but of course the needs of persons are different. In this case, different to the needs that you explained, Francesca. But Carmen, Soledad, maybe you can tell us about the learnings you've experienced during the development of the projects in your territories. What have you learned also from the challenges and the difficulties that we've encountered? Thanks very much for letting us sharing with all of you the experience we've had from Barcelona. First of all, I would like to say that from the Alliance, when Barcelona put in front of us the possibility of participating in this project, we saw it as an opportunity because from the municipality of Barcelona, from the city council of Barcelona, a lot of work is being done with the network of protection for homeless people. This is one more task of the City Council. We had already started to think about changing things, not just in the implementation of the Housing First program. We wanted to go beyond. In this respect, we were in a situation in which the municipal services in Barcelona had grown greatly, and they continue to grow today. But the problem with homeless people continued to be very relevant. So we needed to find alternatives which, in one way or another, would not only deal with how to tackle the problem with our resources, but they also dealt with the prevention side. So from the point of view of the rapid rehousing and the early attention, they both fitted this approach greatly. So we got on that train and we started to work. In our opinion, all the intervention model aspect, which continues to be greatly based in this evolution of the scale model, and has moved to the person-centric model, and further on to the person-led model. We wanted to test out all these methodological changes and this model that was more centered on the personalization of the needs of persons, the needs of persons who have needs. In a way, the idea of accompaniment and support, financial support, was fitting our ideas greatly. I imagine you find it in your municipalities. We sometimes have a tendency to set up temporary resources in which we provide the housing and we do the intervention. But in a project, we guarantee social accompaniment, and we try to find the necessary aid, and that was a challenge. There is the intervention of the social services involved as well, because the idea was to do an accompaniment. We need to provide a ceiling, we need to provide some housing, but this sometimes limits ourselves, and sometimes we are labeled as services that should be giving a final solution, housing solution. So this allowed us to assess what profile of population could be best fitted for this rapid rehousing. In the case of Barcelona, the success rate is enormous. 80% of the persons taking part in the project were from Barcelona. 80% out of these 160 persons had a successful exit. In some cases, in the early detection phase, this early exit took place in the previous 12 months. So this leads us to the question, we did this improvement, there has been this exit rate, we should analyze how we should analyze whether this exit is sustained over time. So this has been successful, but this success needs to be maintained because it's been really outstanding. When we do this analysis, when we start to think about giving continuity to the project, and we will give continuity to the project from the perspective of early attention. We will focus on this early attention as an intervention model. This should permeate all the services that we have deployed in the system for taking care of homeless people in Barcelona. But we will do it from a point of view of early attention in order to give a response not to the emergency, but to trying to perform the prevention. From this perspective, how will we do it in Barcelona? The services for taking care of homeless in Barcelona have a specific perspective. We have the social services, the centers, the social services centers that citizens go to in different neighborhoods. But intervention for homeless people, that corresponds, it's really scattered across the country. And this system, as a service, that could be like the social services center, the service is named SIS, S-I-S. And this is the entry door towards the attention given to homeless people. Not intervention in the street, this is intervention for people that come to the services and are homeless, and they make a specific request for support or attention. And this service will incorporate, it is an external and outsourced service, it will incorporate a specific unit for early attention. And this specific early attention unit, it might be seen as a very specific aspect, but it will impact the whole of the SIS services. In fact, one of the persons in charge of SIS recently told me this change will not just be a change of the methodology of the unit. It will represent a revolution in the way we intervene for the whole of the SIS service. In this respect, we will deploy a unit that will take care of 75 persons with 4 professionals, of which 2 will look at the social attention part, accompaniment. 2 will focus on accompaniment and trying to find a home. And they will be flexible based on the accompaniment needs of each case. So we will be providing support in terms of accompaniment, and we will provide the support also with financial aids, quite large. And this will mean that the system of operation, which is currently not based on financial aids, will need to make quite a relevant twist of adaptation. And this is where we see some barriers for the implementation of the service. On the one hand, in Barcelona, and my colleague said it earlier, housing is inaccessible, more so for persons in the worst situations of vulnerability and exclusion. So this is a challenge, and we will need to focus on re-rental re-rental rooms. So this is a twist in the approach. We are using this, but it will be the basic pillar. So exit and rapid rehousing will be performed through these rental rooms. This is a reality. Secondly, the big difficulty will lie in the financial aids. The municipalities, when it comes to managing financial aids, from a point of view of jurisdiction, of competence, the financial aids are only based on emergencies, urgency. So financial aids have some degree of stability over time. And the administrations are more restricted, more restrained when it comes to assessing the funding. When you take into account that we need to justify the financial aids. And when it comes to financial support, there is also the aspect of taxing. People receiving financial aid will be impacted in terms of the revenue tax. So in addition to having to do with the revenue tax, there may be difficulties when accessing the integration minimum income. So we need to gauge, we need to take into account all the taxing elements that this might entail. And lastly, there is a difficulty regarding the professionals. This leap made from person-centric to person-led, this change requires an adjustment process that has to do with the functions of the professionals. And this is very, very relevant. And we should be grateful because the whole process that we've gone through with you, accompanying materials, all this has been an amazing contribution. It's really made our intervention much easier, and it will be relevant in the short term. But for all the training side, the positioning of the professionals, this will represent a major change. When it comes to applying it, there are specific paths, trajectories, even at university level, regarding the training of social professionals. There'll be quite a change needed here. Karma, with respect to the application of the rapid rehousing, this need for an increase in the number of public housing in all the regions, we from Provivienda, we have this agent role to try to bring awareness among the population. But the social entities as suppliers of affordable housing, we are starting to establish in all this in Spain with the Housing Association. Soledad, I understand from your territory, you've been working intensely on the rapid rehousing, integrated in the community, supplying support. You worked on this in your territory. So what learnings, what challenges do you encounter when it comes to continuing in this journey? Well, Avilés is a city that I always considered as being easy and small. It is quite easy to deal with. But there are disadvantages because the resources are also limited. So we don't have a big population, we don't have many resources either. We have quite a long-standing trajectory with a great degree of concern from the technical and from the political perspective regarding the tackling of the homelessness problem. In recent times, we've been working on habitat programs since 2016, so the concern is there. But what we are detecting, and this is why we embarked in this adventure, and this gave us a lot of learning, because in a small place, when you look at other examples, even at much bigger scale, you get lots of ideas, lots of lessons. We are a little bit overwhelmed at the moment because there's been so much to learn. And regarding how to adjust it to our small territory, to our modest resources, it is not easy. So from a point of view of the program in which I work, we have detected that there is quite a gap between the type of people who are normally using our resources for homeless people, like, well, a home with space for 20 persons, 20-something, a medium stay home, a temporary stay home. We've noticed new needs, new collectives, new groups that are coming to these resources, and we are not ready to serve them. So the objective now is how to adapt the resources to the new situations that we are encountering. And the quick answer becomes quite difficult because we still have not accommodated what we have and what we can offer. We are beginning to think about extending the number of vacancies in a quicker way. We've had 10 persons participating in the rapid housing, and the results have been very good. So this gave us the idea that it is working, that it doesn't require an impossible investment, and politicians are also quite convinced that this is quite an effective path. As for the learnings or the learned points, I have them in writing because otherwise I will forget. We should stop to think about something that we've learned from you, about the organization of the Alliance. Rigor, systematization is important. The professionals that are working on site are giving an answer, a response under pressure with the resources that we have, and you need to just make ends meet as best you can. And we need to take note of what you have taught us about reflecting, establishing objectives, making them timely, assess them, because although the theory is very clear, we do not have the habit because we have all the everyday work, and truly this kind of methodology is not properly incorporated into our work. With homeless people, we've done a project, result of which will be presented in AVILES next week. We don't have an idea what is ahead of us, what is in front of us, because we've not really stopped to think about all these things. We have not stopped to quantify the number of overnight staying persons. We're not used to working with social services departments. We're used to homes, managing the homes, and the social services units are like left outside. So the professionals do not have the necessary training to detect the problem that they are faced with, or persons are faced with, and they're not prepared to give an effective answer. So we need to learn to detect and to give an answer, and we need to be able to know that the professionals in these units can detect things quite quickly. So it's not just about paying some rent for a few months to prevent people living in the streets, because at the end of the day, we know that this is not sustainable over time. The aspect of coordination, institutional coordination. We have the homeless people table. We have been operating as a coordinating element for years, but in the end, it's just the persons working in the entities of the sector. We are coordinating the homes, managing the resources, and little more. And we are missing lots of entities, mental health, employment. We need to incorporate all these facets because the problems of the people coming to us are very varied. It is not just a chronification problem. That's a chronification homelessness problem, which is probably the best known problem, but doesn't mean all the problems. I was going to move on to the obstacles, the problems, because I understand that you have encountered lots of lessons, lots of things you have learned, but through all these challenges that you have encountered, what would you point out in terms of being able to implement all that? Mainly what the professionals in the street can detect and the possibility of implementing a fast response. And we're trying to think about facilitating space in these housing units, something that I take as a joke, because they always say we are privileged in Asturias because we have public housing, but it's very limited in number. So the regional Minister for Housing is here. It truly, when you look at the stock in Asturias and you compare it to the average in Europe, we are not really privileged. But the fact that there has been this local regional view of cooperation is great for Asturias, but that's not very much. That's very little. It's not enough. We need to ask for more, and we need to get to a point in which this viewpoint, this local viewpoint, in a real manner, in an authentic way, in terms of figures, in terms of numbers. And we need to have a situation in which this reaches the point that it should reach. We know there are lots of strategies, etc., but we need to get to have a clear regulation, defending the rights of people in the streets, or in the street situation, with agile activities.
Yes, we have lots of challenges ahead of us. We are at the final stages, and it's very interesting everything that you have discussed. And the common link is that accompaniment and also the early identification. If we are not able to identify early, we will not be able to provide fast responses or solutions, together with that structural problem that comes from the housing market that we currently have. If someone has a question in the audience, I think that we can take one question, because I don't think we are going to have time for more than one.
No, nadie quiere todo.
Nobody wants to ask a question. That means that we were very clear in our explanations. I would like to take advantage of this closing moment to recap some questions that were mentioned. I would like to thank Francesca for your trip here, for being here with us in this final moment, and the relevance of highlighting those flexible supports that you are using regardless of the profile. It is not just a question of profile, it is a set of needs that we need to adapt to. You are encountering in the UK different situations, and you are adapting to that. Karma, thanks for that continuity to that accompaniment model that I think we have given birth to after these 3 years of a project. It's been really difficult, but I think that we've made it a reality, and thank all the colleagues and you in particular for your generosity, because you took our key and opened the door. And Soledad, as I said before, this average municipalities, you said that it was a small one, but I think it is an average municipality for me. You have taken on that innovation, you've made it your own, and you continue to work along those lines in order to continue to implement in your territory, in spite of the difficulties, this model that is here to stay. So thank you all, and we will continue with the next sessions. Thank you.
Tengo sonido. Va, ahora estamos. Hemos ganado unos minutitos antes, así que perfecto.
So we have 1.5 hours for lunch, and we will be back here at 4 o'clock in the afternoon for the next session. So enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Hola. Buenas tardes de nuevo. Hola,
Well,
Gaizka.
good afternoon
¿Quieres decir algo,
again.
Gaizka?
Gaizka, do you want to say something?
Gaizka, por favor, ¿puedes salir aquí
Gaizka,
y presentar
can
la
you
mesa?
come to
Que
the
te llevas todo el
stage
día
and
riendo de mí.
introduce this
Pues ahora me
round
voy a reír
table
yo de
because
ti.
you've been laughing
Nos
at
vamos
me.
sentando
Okay,
para empezar.
you may
Con
take
mi
a
amiga
seat.
Cuarto. ¿Dónde está la Cuarto? Que la da un poquito de
Where
vergüenza.
is
se ha
my
vuelto a salir. Qué
friend?
lista.
She's
Nos
gone out
sentamos,
again.
nos ponemos cómodos,
Okay,
pero no
we
muy
can
cómodos, que
take a
solo
seat.
son las 4
It's
de la
only
tarde.
4 o'clock in the
Nos
afternoon. We
quedan
still
2 horas
have
por
some
aquí
time.
y ya podréis ser
We
libres.
have 2
David,
hours
aún no te toca
left.
salir,
David,
no te he
you are
presentado,
not
por favor. No me robes el
due
protagonismo.
to come to
No me
the
lo
stage
robes, me
yet.
toca a mí.
Don't steal
Venga, pues
this
ya
moment from
estamos.
me.
Ahí
Are
está
we
la
ready?
Cuarto. Como
There
estamos
you are.
pocos, pues estamos
So
ya en
there's
confianza.
just a few of us here.
Bueno, voy a presentar la
I'm going
mesa
to introduce the
que
next
viene
round
ahora
table.
a continuación. Creo que estoy mal situada.
I think that I'm in the wrong place.
Voy a presentar la
I'm
mesa
going to
que
introduce
viene a
this next
continuación,
panel
que es la
about
metodología
the Housing First for Youth methodology.
Como llevamos viendo toda la
As we
mañana,
have seen
la
this
situación
morning,
de
the
sinhogarismo, pues, es
situation,
un
the
problema muy
homelessness
complejo.
situation
Pero
is a very
si hablamos
complex
de
problem.
sinhogarismo juvenil,
But if
pues
you
se
talk
complejiza
about
aún más
young
porque son
people,
diferentes
then it
características
becomes
que
even
abordar.
more complex because it's a whole mixture
Hay Futuro,
of circumstances. H4Y, which is, as you all know, part of the program that was developed for the last 2 years. H4Y was focused on young population, has taken the Housing First for You methodology and has set it in the context of Spain. So it's an excellent opportunity and a wonderful opportunity to provide a new approach, a more social approach and a person-centric approach. And I'm going to introduce someone who is going to moderate this round table. When I was starting to come, it was a person that came once and again saying, "Hi, Noe," and I thank them for that because I didn't know many people, and it's David Fortuño. And I thank him for his kind manners. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this space to share and to reflect. We are going to spend an hour together, and I'm going to tell you a little bit what the Housing First for Youth methodology is all about, and in a very summarized way, because we have 3 very interesting people who are going to have a discussion, a debate, or a dialogue, and I'm going to introduce them. On the one hand, we have visiting Heidi Walter, consultant on a program and capacity building design at Away Home Canada. Lisa O'Brien, director for housing support for youth at Focus Ireland, and my dear Marina Calvo, who is currently the coordinator of Primer Layar, but up until recently she was the coordinator of Housing First in the area of Palma de Mallorca. I think that the most interesting part and the most enlightening for us is going to be to listen to my guests. I don't know, is there a remote or something?
Vale, sí que quería contestar.
I just want to give you some context about the... can someone move the slides for me? Okay, go ahead, Manu. I wanted to give you some context about Housing First for Youth. Housing First for Youth is an adaptation of the Housing First methodology that is a consequence of the age of the participants. Normally, Housing First for Youth is a program that is focused on boys and girls in house who are homeless, and here in Spain we didn't work with that range of ages, and the range is from 18 to 25. Housing First for Youth has two main goals. First, to eradicate homelessness among the youth, and the other one to support youngsters in their transition towards adult life. It's a model that is based on relations, on social capital, natural links, weak links, personal strengths, development of autonomy, which is one of the main differences vis-a-vis the Housing First methodology, and above all, a program where traumatic experience has an impact on our clientele. The principles of Housing First for Youth is immediate access to housing without preliminary conditions. I think that you saw this morning the rapid rehousing approach. It is a choice for the youth, and we work on the self-determination of people. It has a positive orientation towards the development of the youth. We work on strengths and not on weaknesses. We provide individualized support and according to their needs that are supplementary to their capabilities, and with a focus on social and community integration. And why is it so important to create specific programs for young people in the field of homelessness? We don't have a vision for the youth. We have centers that cater for the needs of adults, and the consequences of these conditions in the youth are determined by more vulnerable populations, young people, women. Oh, okay, I cannot move from here, okay. The European trends tell us that young people, women, migrants, and mainly from North Africa, they are the most vulnerable. LGBTQ plus we also had a gender perspective, so that we could cater for people with those characteristics that became part of our programs. There's a greater prevalence of health and above all mental health problems, with a higher rate of suicide, more prevalence of substance abuse. It coincides with the traumatic experiences of people that have gone through abuse, through migration journeys, and so on and so forth. We also bear in mind that the sooner we take action with young people, the fewer probabilities there will be for them to get to the final situation of homelessness. And if we wait too much, it will become chronic. And then an intersectional approach due to the many vulnerability factors that coincide or that converge in those people. And after this brief introduction, I am going to turn the floor over to my guests, because that's the most interesting part, to listen to their experience, so that we can, perhaps I will speak a little bit, but not much. Because I think it's very important to give them the floor. And now I'm going to move, because I'm going to sit down. We had selected, I don't know how many questions, Marina, 50 questions or how many, a lot. And then as time went by, we have had to cut down. We circulated those questions to our guests, and they said so many, and so we had to reduce a little bit, and this morning we reduced a little bit more. In fact, we don't have here the reduction that we did this morning, but anyway, we had thought, and this is my first question to you.
It's for me really special. It's an honor to be here with you both. 2 years ago, we started this path. We were really excited, really motivated, but also really scared to start this path. We didn't know much about Housing First for Youth, and we called, and Samara and Lisa, and also Heidi from Canada, come along and help us to focus on what was important, give us the first tools, the first impressions, a training for the whole team, and also we have some following the path with you, Heidi, so it's really important for me to be here 2 years later with you both. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Bueno, yo con esto...
Well, I join Marina in thanking her. I would like to thank Marina in particular, because 1.5 years ago I got into this question, into this topic in Housing First for Youth. Perhaps this will be the last occasion on which we will share this stage, and for me it is also a very important moment. We have shared a lot, we have worked on lots of things, and we have spoken about everything, and for me it is also very exciting to be here, to be able to share with you. We had some online talks, but mainly with Marina. We were working hand in hand for a long time in the program. Thank you.
Y ya quitando todo.
And now that we have overcome this emotional part, we have a few questions for you so that you can share with us your knowledge. You have a long trajectory, a long experience. Ours has been very short, is coming to an end, unfortunately. And we wanted to ask you, what improvements have you implemented? You met Marina at that point in time, and from that first moment, what improvements have taken place in your programs?
The question is for you.
Shall I start? Oh, I'm very loud. I can hear myself, sorry. And I'm loud without a microphone. So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. Muchas gracias. It's very nice to be here. Also, for starting with crying before we have to speak. But the question about what improvements, maybe, or what we have seen certainly in Ireland, I think the major things that we have seen are that we have taken the project from being a Housing First for Youth project to respond to young people who are homeless, and we have also taken the model to make it a preventative model. So we're now working the Housing First for Youth model for young people who are coming from the care system as a preventative tool. So I think for us in Ireland, that's probably the key change that we have seen. Some of the other small things that I would say are around changes to our practice based on our learnings. So one of those things, and Heidi is much better placed to speak about this, I think, than me, but one of the things that we forgot, maybe you spoke about the principles of Housing First for Youth, and one of them is social and community integration. And I think when we started the project, we were so focused on settling the young people into the house and getting relationships with the young people that we almost made that the secondary thing to do. And actually, that needs to be the first thing that we need to do. And there's lots of different tools now that are available, especially coming from Canada, that Heidi can speak to, but that we've started to implement around that social and community integration, family and natural support. And by putting that into our programs now, it's allowing the young people to get more autonomy. I heard a lot about that this morning. So it's helping them to get more autonomy, and it's also allowing for the program to end when it needs to end, because young people don't need our support for the rest of their lives, we hope.
We are transitories, and one thing that we were talking last event, last taller, I don't know how to say that, but in the last session, it was about, we started to work about relationship with us, because we are really important.
Yes.
And then we realized that we are temporaries.
Sí.
We are going to leave. Who's the people that is going to be in the life of these young people forever? We have been working also. And thank you to you, Lisa. We started to work with natural support, and we've been also working with social capital, because if we connect our people, they don't need us.
Exactly.
And they are not going to end up homeless again.
It's true.
I think there's lots of people that live in Canada. I'm not the only one, but thank you. I am Canada. I think one of the things that we have done is we've been listening very much so to the young people and their families and chosen families and natural supports, and understanding again that we are temporary. And so one of the biggest pieces that I think that we have implemented just recently And I'm sorry to tell you this, David, on stage in front of everybody, but we've just recently changed the Housing First for Youth principles. We've expanded them because we realized that we weren't capturing everything that needed to be captured. And so Steve is in the midst of releasing those within the next month. So you will all be able to have an opportunity to see them. But it really comes down to the importance around family and natural supports. But also, and folks spoke about it this morning, is that we're really moving from all of our models and our supports from an emergency place to a prevention place. So we don't want to make the assumption that young people need housing. We want to actually start asking questions and say, who do you have in your life? Who's a possibility? And instead of bringing them into shelters and bring them into housing, we want to explore the resources that they have already.
Muy interesante.
Very interesting. In fact, as we here in Spain, as we have been making progress in this project, we have also realized that precisely, and how important it is to have that adult figure, to have those natural links or not, but someone, an adult that can accompany them for some time, perhaps their whole life or just temporarily. But we are programs, we are temporary, we are just one tool and one more support for those people for a certain period of time. But given the fact that our sector is also a very precarious one, we also have to adapt to our resources available. And so it's very interesting what you are saying. Okay, let's go to the second question. How did you adapt the model to the cultural specificities and contextual specificities of your countries? For example, for indigenous populations in Canada, LGBTQ+, and migrants and refugees?
I think for us, in specifically with the 2S LGBTQ community, back in 2015, we opened the first Housing First for Youth LGBTQ program. And what made that different than our regular Housing First for Youth was that we had staff members who identified with the LGBTQ community as well, because young people were saying, I need somebody who understands the walk that I'm walking right now. And so we were very specific and respectful to the staff that we hired and also the peer support, but the housing also looked very different because the majority of the LGBTQ youth in Canada that were getting kicked out of home was because they told their parents that they were gay or lesbian and identified with the community. And so the family said, you have to go now. And so the young people were even more vulnerable. They didn't know where the youth shelters were. They didn't know any of those services or supports. And so we actually opened up host homes. Does that make host homes like if I had a spare room in my house, I would use that spare room to take a young person in. And so we created this program where young people were able to go into people's homes and still have that family-like support.
Yes.
That's a really nice initiative. What we tried to do to take care of this community and to put the focus on them was to use the tool of vulnerability, which means that these people were the first ones to be taken into our programs. It is also true that I think that we still have a path to go to give a proper response to this community. Because actually, for instance, we have a really big community of people from the north of Morocco, and they were finding it really difficult to even identify or being able to talk about or even to tell their families. So that was also something that if we started again, we need to focus on.
Yeah. I think in an Irish context, I spoke about this before, around that actually some of the changes that we had to make were about the family makeup of the young people who came to our program. So we had young people, we assumed when we started the program that the young people would be young single people, and forgot that actually they might be young couples, that they might be young families. And so we had a choice. Did we want to be very specific and say we're only going to work with young people who are single, who can live in a one-bedroom apartment? And we felt, does that fit in with Housing First for Youth principles? I think no. So we had to change our approach. So what that meant in real terms was we changed the type of housing that we were trying to access. We changed some of the programs that we were accessing. So, for example, the young people who were coming directly from care, from state care, or foster families would go into a more protected type of housing solution before moving on, or would have much more higher intensity around learning or independent living skills than someone else might have a higher intensity around engaging in employment or training. So we adapted the program for each individual and adapted the housing that we could access for them as well. But the third thing that we did that was really important was we changed the other people that were involved. So one of the key things, and we probably will talk about this later, is that it's not just us. Even though it's not just us as professionals, but also we're not the only professionals. So some young people will have support needs that will require other professionals to be involved. For example, mental health professionals, or people who may provide support around substance misuse, or maybe support groups around LGBTQI communities, and how we engage all of those people. For young people coming from care who have children, they sometimes need to engage with the state child protection service, but they've had so much trauma in their own life that they have a very negative feeling about accepting that support. So actually a lot of the work that we ended up doing was almost mediation between the state body and the young person so that they could get the support that they need. So effectively, we just changed the people that were there, the structures that we were there to deliver the same service.
Sí, además lo que estás diciendo, nosotras sí que lo hemos comprobado.
Yes, in addition, we have verified what you are explaining, because at some point in time we would receive boys, young girls, but then we would receive the children of those young girls, young boys. So it was a change of gaze, an adaptation that was needed from us. And in relation to this, with all these changes that you have experienced, how have the professional teams experienced these changes? What have you done with the professional teams?
I think our training has changed, because with all of our programs now, we no longer see the young person or the youth just as the client. We see the young person and their family, or whoever they've designated as their family as the client. And so that meant that we needed to retrain our staff to understand that not all families are bad. One of our statistics that's come out recently is that 75% of young people in Canada who are experiencing homelessness left home because of conflict. We can help with that. We can help families overcome conflict. There's lots of young people and their families that they might not know how to parent properly, or they might have barriers that are financial or social. And so it was, how do we support the family and the young person? Because again, it goes back to, we are just temporary. And those people are forever for those young people. We all have roots. We all come from somewhere. And as human beings, we all need people around us. And so I think that was probably the biggest piece, was retraining staff, and then also retraining our systems and administration to let them know that we were going to slow down the process and support everybody to see what they needed.
I think for us, we are nearly 10 years delivering Housing First for Youth from when we started. And With professionals in particular, of course, ongoing training for the staff, but our teams are they know what they're doing now. They're experts. In fact, they should be sitting here, not me. But the professionals that we work with just need ongoing support to understand the way that we work, because they're used to working in a system that is a reward and consequence-based system, whereas we are working or trying to work in an approach that's restorative and a learning space. And that takes time for us. I think one of the most important things, or the things that has been most successful in bringing the other professionals along with us, has been experiential learning, which has meant that, say, a professional has been involved with us with a case, and we know they have to stay involved with us and experience what it's like to see the process through, and then they understand, that's how this works. And when we do that, that works really well. But it's not just one time, because over 10 years, professionals change, people and who come in and come out. But we have, I suppose, learned now a patience, and also learned a sense of it's okay if people are fighting against us at the start about the way we work with young people, because we'll say, we know this is the way that we work. I know it's really scary because we're not coming down with really hard and fast rules, and we're not, but in a year you're going to know. And we have faith in that now. So that makes it easier to bring the professionals along. And then, of course, sometimes, to be honest, there's going to be some people who don't buy into our approach. And sometimes the trick or the skill for on the ground, for the team, for the management, is to know who are the people that will buy in, and let's focus on them rather than trying to change the minds of the professionals who are so stuck in their way that they're never going to change their mind about the way that they work.
We spent the last few months talking about making mistakes and how we need to allow the young people to make them. There is no other way. They are young, and it's not like we allow that. We need to be aware that it's going to happen. And the same that we have made our own mistakes when we were young, they are going to make the same, so even worse. And what? Our responsibility is still the same, that is, go along them, making them questions to what kind of life do you want, without the punishment. So in that sense, it's been really difficult to make others understand that, like, there is no punishment. It's part of the process. They are going to change the house they are living. Yeah, probably if you think about it, you have changed your houses too at that age. So it's interesting when you're saying, yeah, it takes time.
Yeah, it's true.
Heidi, hablabas.
Heidi, you talked about working with the environment, how to work with mental health or drug addiction centers. How are the community, the administration, receiving support in their new gaze to the society, to the situation? Lisa, this is also for you.
Slow. It's so slow. I think my boss, Melanie Redman, and Dr. Stephen Gates, they spend a lot of time advocating to our government, helping them understand about prevention and helping them understand about how we can prevent youth homelessness. The other part of the work is myself working and training and going all over the place to help the addiction centers, to help the schools, to help all of the other communities to understand how we are working and how best to support young people. This doesn't mean that teachers have more work to do. This means if teachers work with us, we can help. And we can do early intervention before young people have to access emergency support. So there's different people on our team kind of targeting different administration pieces to hopefully impact the full system.
Okay. Can I check with you, Marina, just when we say administration, if I can answer the question like from the perspective of a municipality or a funder or a state agency?
For us will be the funder, but it is also the council.
Yes, the council. Okay, great, yes. So that also has, for us, gone like this. So when we started, it was very difficult to convince them, but we did, and they actually funded us in partnership with our health in our pilot project. And when it initially started, we had lots of, so the external structures were with us. We had lots of access to housing, and we were seeing really good results very quickly. And so they were very, very excited about this. And then things slightly changed in our context in terms of housing became more difficult. The non-time limited support meant that now there were young people that were coming into the homeless system that couldn't access because we were full, because we were doing here. So they started thinking, but if it was a transitional program and you could let go of them, it would be easier for us. So that kind of brought us down again to a little bit of a battle around what it is we're trying to achieve. And I think on a national level then, we also had a situation where they were rolling out a Housing First for Adults program. They started to get concerned that there would be lots of confusion, and so we had to adapt what we were doing in some ways to those contexts to make it a little bit more, to make it as close to Housing First for Youth that we could make it in a way that they would accept it at a national level. The other challenge that comes to us also is the structural challenges around, in Ireland, young people have the right to aftercare to age, say, let's just keep it simple, say 23. And so our funders will fund us, but if a young person ages over 23 and they're not ready to go, that funder is saying, oh, no, you need to let them go. And so at those stages, we were saying, no, we can't, and we're trying to find other ways. So the way that we did it was that we got another agency to fund so that we could deliver that aspect of the service. But as the resources in terms of housing and the needs, in particular housing, it's affecting everyone. So there's more pressure on the funders, and that's putting more pressure on us because they think if we end that non-time limited, if we just push young people through in 12 months, that will be fine. So that's been a little bit of a struggle with the administration. But again, we're now starting to come back up the wave in terms of we've started a new project and they can see some of the benefits and the reality of actually young people aren't moving on. So maybe instead of making them homeless again after putting all this money into the work with them, that we'll give another year or we'll give. So it comes in waves for the administration as well, I think.
In a way that gives us hope, I guess. Because, I mean, it's nice to hear that you also have to face challenges, and public administration and politics not always help us, basically.
It's true.
Bueno, pues queríamos también preguntar.
We want to ask you also what has been the role of young people. How have young people participated in your programs, in the creation or drafting of your plans, in the setting up of the service? How have they participated?
For us, I guess that the main point has been focusing on what kind of life do you want to live and how we can help you to achieve that. And for us, it was slightly different than for you guys because we have really clear time limits, and they need to have a project and have a goal because otherwise they will end up again homelessness. So I guess that was the main aspect, that they have a voice and a say. It is also true that we think about how we can collaborate in the description of how the project can help them. I guess that we can review ourselves and do it better for next time that we are running a project.
Definitely the next time. I think from our perspective, the participation, of course, is encouraged for every individual, very similar to what Marina says about making sure that all that we do together. In terms of the actual delivery of the program, we've had a couple of moments where we have linked in with the young people around the way that we deliver the program, outside of their individual support, but about just in general. So, for example, we have an office that we used, and we decided that we wanted to make it a more trauma-informed space for the young people that come in, because sometimes, while we really want to adhere to the principle of immediate access to housing is not always possible in our context, but we try to use the space in between when we get referred the young person to when we can access, to build a relationship and to put something in place to support them while they're going through this very tough time. And sometimes they come to our office. So they engaged with us, and we did focus groups with them, and they gave us suggestions around how we could make the space work very well. Like, for example, they asked all of the team to have cartoons of each of the staff members up on the wall with their name. Sorry, is she trying to get my attention? No?
Someone say it?
No, I'm just moving my hand. Sorry that I'm confusing you. Sorry about this.
Okay.
I have no idea what she's saying. Sorry.
So cartoons of pictures of the staff with their names, because they said it's really important when young people come in that they know that we're not judging them and that we're not taking ourselves too seriously. They had loads of really lovely suggestions. We also do a survey for our young people that's anonymous every year, that they can give us feedback about what they like about the program, what they think about the program, etc. And we can use that to change the way that we work or what we're doing. We also have a peer support worker role now for a young person who's been through our program, who now is employed by us in Cork, and that's been really amazing to see that as well, really informative.
We have been very fortunate to have several Housing First for Youth and Family Natural Supports projects that have been going on for the last 8 years. And so a part of that research has been engaging with young people, not just the researchers, but also the practitioners. And so we actually offer surveys every 90 days to young people and their families and their natural supports and chosen families. So we're collecting data from them as well to understand what we need to do better, what we're doing right. We also have had the opportunity to do national surveys across our country, which has allowed us to survey over 1,000 young people at one time to understand what supports they need, what we need to be advocating to the government for. And then we also do fidelity reviews, which include focus groups. So we're constantly reaching out to young people to ask them what we need to do, how we need to do it differently, and then they inform the new core principles of Housing First for Youth, and they inform our training and what we need to be teaching staff.
Muy interesante.
This is amazing, so interesting. With regard to the staff, I believe Marina will agree with me. One of the main points of attention that we've wanted to focus on carefully is the factor of the technical equipment, technical teams. I want to point at the people who have been accompanying the youth, and I believe they made possible the good operation, the good functioning of all this. So, big round of applause for them.
¿Cómo habéis apoyado a los equipos?
How have you supported these teams? Have you done anything new? Have you done anything different?
With that team? No. I was like, well, because of the time change,
This is mine.
I sometimes wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning to spend time with them.
That's actually true.
When Marina says, can we have a phone call? I'm like, I spend so much, that's all I do. My whole job is spending time with the staff to provide them best practices, to support them when they feel like they're frustrated and young people aren't listening or families are not engaging or they're saying something's not working. My job is to help them overcome those barriers to be able to continue on every day. My job is to also listen and to be what I call a thinking partner. So if they have a problem, I want to be able to support them to be a part of the solution because you have a very hard job, much harder than the job that I have now. And I used to be a Housing First for Youth worker once upon a time, and it's a very difficult job, and it's very difficult to work with families when they're yelling and screaming at you and telling you that they hate you. And then 2 years later, loving you and telling you how much you mean to them. And you're like, wow, you don't hate me anymore. And so I think it's just showing up for the staff and continuously telling them that we're here for them.
Yeah, there you go.
I guess that we try really hard to support you guys. We fail many times. We are aware of it. And I guess that we were claiming for supervisions, for instance. We all even talk with you about having supervisions once a month or something like that. And then we were lucky enough to have the chance to try something new. There's a project called Ambit and has different tools to support young people that have mental health issues and doesn't want to be helped. So there is a team of many people that support them, but one of the things that they do is mentalization. I have no idea how to translate that word. But it's helping the team to understand what they are passing through from a different light, and between them, not with the team leader or with coordinators or no one, between them being able to look from a different light. And that has been, well, I would like to say that we needed more time to prove the results, but it's been something that has helped us to keep together the team and keep the good stamina and the good practice.
I think we call that reflective practice. And we're also really privileged in my organization that we have access to reflective practice for the teams. They have, there's an expectation that every team member will get supervision, proper supervision once a month. We have what's called an employee assistance program, which means that our staff members can access, separate to the organization, therapeutic support or support around coaching or support. And it doesn't have to be about the work. It can be about something at home that might be impacting the work, because none of us do this job. And while none of us do this job, certainly frontline workers don't do this job without themselves. So you can't turn up and do this job really well unless you're giving of something of yourself. And the best staff members are the ones who do that, and I know that. But I think actually, from what I've seen, creating a team that has a psychological safety to fail, to make mistakes, to cry, to be annoyed with yourself, and to genuinely do that, not just like us sitting on a stage saying, yes, it's okay to make mistakes, and then when we come off and someone makes a mistake going, oh my God, like actually really being allowed and feeling that it's okay. If I make a mistake with a young person, that doesn't mean that I'm a bad person, etc. The other thing as well is understanding our own limitations and creating a team that's psychologically safe for us to challenge each other around our limitations. So one of the things that I've seen a lot with the teams is actually that the teams care so much, that they are so invested with young people, and sometimes they're moving faster than the young people themselves, and they can get really upset, for example, if a young person doesn't meet with them for a few weeks and takes it quite, like kind of what you were saying, shouting at personally. But when you have a team that will spot that, and the team itself will say, hey, Mariana, I think actually you need to leave Heidi for a few weeks. You're doing too much for her right now. She needs some space. That's really, I think that's the most important way, is to, I suppose, create space for a team to develop in a psychologically safe way. That means managers also have to own when they make mistakes. So I love Marina saying, we don't always do it. We try, we want to. That's also really important. We have to say, no matter what we're doing, yeah, I messed up there, guys. I was supposed to do this and I didn't do it, sorry. So psychologically safe teams, for me, is a really effective way of supporting the staff.
Y creo que es una parte del aprendizaje.
And I think that is part of the learning as well, of the journey that we are going through, to be able to make mistakes in the teams. That's quite logical, quite normal. And in order to do new things, people have to go through trial and error. I remember that someone was burning too many cakes, and that's what we have to do, burning cakes. And we have very little time. I don't know that question mark, what that means, but anyway. This question is for both of you in particular, because you have a lot more experience and you have covered much more territory. Why should we bet on House First for Youth?
You understand the question?
Does it
Yes.
say bet?
Why
Choose. Why should we choose?
I feel like it's a trick question. Because it works.
It's not a trick question, it's just for the...
Yeah, it works. So we, in Canada, we've been doing Housing First for Youth since 2009, and we've had some demonstration projects with a research team attached to it for over 7 years, and those young people that were in the Housing First for Youth program have never entered homelessness again. We did a randomized control trial test. The evaluation is coming out soon. So if you would like to see it, I can absolutely make sure that you receive that. But what we know is that the treatment as usual group, the young people that did not get into the Housing First for Youth program, significantly faced many struggles and continued to experience homelessness, while the 50% of the young people that did go into Housing First for Youth remained housed even after 3 years. And that was also during COVID as well, which was a hard time for young people because they weren't able to work, they weren't able to go to school, so finances were very difficult. Most of our Housing First for Youth programs in Canada have a very high success rate. So that's why I said it feels like a trick question, because it's working. Young people are not experiencing homelessness. I think also too, one of the things that has made it more successful over the past years is implementing the family and natural supports model within Housing First for Youth. We in Canada have a housing crisis, just like all of your countries do. We will never have enough housing that we need to house everybody. It just can't get built fast enough. And so one of the things that we're recognizing is, if we don't have enough housing, we need to do something different in the interim until we have that housing built. And young people came from somewhere. They have neighbors, they have football coaches, they have teachers, they have natural supports. And so how can we support them with those individuals as well, so they can get immediate access to housing? So it's working, David. The end.
No era con trampa.
It was not a tricky question. I think that it was just for you to say, here we have some evidence, and show it to the audience. That's just for you to be able to say, and ourselves, with the little experience that we have, to say this is a measure that is efficient to prevent homelessness, to prevent chronicity, and within the world of homelessness, we have very little in this country that allows us to support those people. So this was just something that requires some piece of evidence. And Lisa, if you now can say something for us to say, okay, let's go for it.
Okay, that's working, but it's better if you say it. You have a longer experience.
You know what? There's so many reasons, and I'm really conscious that we don't have time for me to list every single reason. So tomorrow morning, I'm going to speak a little bit more about the reasons. So if you are around, you might hear them, but I will keep it really simple. Yes, there's evidence that it works. Yes, there's really good outcomes. Very basically, it is the right thing, the humane thing to do for the young people in our society. That's it. Yeah.
Total.
I fully agree.
I'm sorry, I know I'm going to get killed by the speaker here, but I just also want to say the importance on the event that you have today, and I know you're saying with your project, that the impact of your project is not just on the outcomes that you've had here. Marina very kindly came to Ireland and spoke about the project that you're doing here in Spain, and the way that you were set up with the partnership between HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda. And it inspired another AHB to partner with us to deliver on a national program that is Housing First for Youth. So the impact isn't just about Spain or just about here, it's actually ongoing, and maybe you don't know about it, but it's really important that you also were saying we are very grateful to be here, but you have expertise now in Spain that you can use whenever you need to.
To follow that, we're seeing a lot of immigration and young people with refugee status coming into Canada, and we've actually pulled some of your information and your data to understand how we can better support young people, because they're coming in hundreds and hundreds a month, and they're coming in unaccompanied. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to qualify something. Provivienda didn't join. This has been developed by HOGAR SÍ and Provivienda all together from the beginning. It was an alliance on the part of the two institutions, with also an important role on the part of both, 50-50, and they have made it possible. I would like to thank you very much for this time for discussion. I don't know if we have time for Q&A, and now we open the floor to the audience. If you want to know or a little bit more about something, you are not going to have this opportunity again ever.
We told them everything. It's good.
After lunch, people is really tired.
Yeah, it's fair.
Nap time, so.
¿Ninguna pregunta, de verdad?
No questions, really. You are going to regret it afterwards.
Hi, probably because in your country there is the best experience in terms of years. It's just about if you have follow-up, what is the result in the long term for those young people that becomes to your program, no? So the success rate, let's say in a couple of years or 3 years, I don't know how you follow up this, but just to have a view on that.
Yes. So we have one Housing First for Youth program in Ottawa, Ontario, which is Canada's capital, where they had a Housing First for Youth program for 5 years, and then the money ran out. Similar situation. And so the research team, though, from the Canadian Observatory on Homelessness stayed with those young people. So they didn't necessarily have all of the Housing First for Youth supports, but the research team continued to follow them, and they followed them for 4 years, and they're still in contact with them. And so during that 4 years after they exited the program, myself and the research team would meet with them to understand, did they go back into homelessness? Did they have to access emergency services? And learn from them from that rate. And I'm very happy to tell you, out of those young people, specifically from that site, nobody ever accessed homelessness again. They all remained housed. Some of them got married. Some of them had children. the most important piece that we learned from those young people was we needed to do a better job of connecting them to family, because once they were on their own, they didn't know how to pick up the phone and call their family. And so that they were very important for us to implement the family and natural supports model within Housing First for Youth. Yes, yeah. It's I should say it's very difficult to follow the youth because they lose their phone, they change their address. So what we did was we always offered them money. So they called us.
Thank you for the tip.
Money, you can always find youth if you have money in your wallet.
Apoyos proporcionales, ¿no?
Proportionate support, I would say.
Okay.
Hola, muchas gracias por la intervención.
Thanks very much for your explanations. In the work you do, in which you've given great importance to this reconnection with the family or supporting the natural connections, do you do any specific interventions with family? Do you work with them to make possible this encounter, or do you only work with the youth?
The intervention is with the young person and the family, whoever the young person decides is their family. So they might not be biological people. The reason that we do the intervention with them is that we have started to learn that sometimes the young person isn't the one that needs supports. It's the people, the adults behind them. And if we can support them, the impact for the young people changes. And so we don't necessarily always want the young people to have to do the work. Sometimes us parents have to do some of the work to get better or to get healthier. And so we offer the same supports that we would a youth to the family. So if they need help with employment, if they need rental subsidies, eviction prevention, addiction treatment, any of those things, if they need somebody to go and sit with them at the house and just so they can yell and be upset because it's hard raising a teenager, it's not easy, we do all of those things with them.
I think one thing to also remember when we speak about family and natural supports is the natural supports, and that's sometimes friends, and sometimes that's other young people within the project, and that was a real shift for us in terms of how are we supporting that, or how are we supporting that relationship, or there was a bit of fear for us around if Heidi and Mariana are friends and we're worried about Heidi, is it breaking a confidentiality to ask Mariana how she is, or to ask her to call in? Are we asking too much of her? But actually it transpired that when we asked young people to help each other, they had a sense of purpose and felt really happy to be able to be part of that. So I think that fear that we had, we maybe were thinking too much of ourselves and how great we are, that actually the friendships, and also the other part of that for us as well was actually creating the space or allowing that space for those relationships to develop. So, for example, that might be actually probably linked with some financial stuff, but actually organising times that they can be together and paying. So, for example, saying, look, we'll give you money if you want to go for a coffee, and you can have that money, because it was a poverty was stopping them from developing relationships by doing things together that I would do with my friends. And so we were offering that as well. And to some people, that looks a little bit like you're actually doing nothing except just giving young people money to go off and have a good time. It's like, yep, that's what we're doing. We're giving them money to go and have a good time so that they have a bond, so that when things are bad, they can rely on each other. And that's been really effective for us as well.
Bueno, ya no tenéis oportunidad de preguntar más.
No more opportunities to ask, so you should have used the time better. So thanks very much. Heidi, Lisa, Marina, thanks very, very, very much.
Bueno. Hola, listo.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm replacing the big team of a Masters of Ceremony. It's been a pleasure to listen to Heidi and the whole list of panelists, Lisa, Marina, David. It's been worth it, and the facts are evidence of how interesting what they said is. I'd like to introduce the next table, the next round table, with a team of very powerful women who have and developed the pilot project for self-guided support. But I'll let you introduce yourselves. I think it's going to be much better if you do it yourselves. And you have the support of the colleague from Plena Inclusión, Full Inclusion.
Qué público entregado, ¿eh?
Que son 4.
This is a very devoted audience. Good afternoon. My name is Gonzana Betoni. I'm Roxana Betoni. Good afternoon. I'm Director for the Solutions Unit in HOGAR SÍ. I was asked today, what are you doing these days? I'm one of the persons who has been taking care of the headquarters, as José Manuel said, but I was given the opportunity, and I'm grateful for it, to develop a pilot project within this big innovation system, H4Y FUTURO, which was a support that we had. I'm grateful for giving me this slot. This is the last panel, and I'm sure you'll be tired. But I truly believe that what we are going to discuss has a very innovative component. It is the first pilot project deployed in Spain for self-guided support linked to homeless people or people in homelessness situation. And it represents a change in the support system that will really appeal to you until we get to 6 o'clock. The self-guided support starts when deinstitutionalization is worked on within the scope of disabled persons. Since 2013, it's been implemented as the official model of diversity, attention to diversity in the United Kingdom. Today, it is considered as being the factor with the greatest degree of personalization in the social support services. It is clear that if we want to work towards the deinstitutionalization, we need to have the greatest possible level of personalization, and we want our support to be effective. And this is what self-guided support is, the greatest degree of personalization and the greatest power, the greatest control by the people. Whenever I try to talk about personalization, I always like to talk about craftsmanship. We need to accompany those persons in a unique way, because it's the only way to move forward in the process. It's the only way for us to adapt to each person that we accompany. So one size fits all is a principle that does not work here for big institutions or for small flats alike. Personalization involves some requirements. One of them, which is very important, is flexibility. And the call from the Ministry of Social Services gave us great flexibility, allowed us to implement this new support system. A group of people is also needed. People who are never complacent, people who always want to do more, persons who consider personalization as being an ideology, in addition to an intervention methodology, persons who question what other people do, but always like to question themselves as well. And I'm here sitting with 3 of those persons. I'm very happy to be with them because these were the persons that made this pilot program possible. So thanks very much to the 3 of you. So let me introduce these persons. When I was thinking about how to introduce these very important persons, well, it is true that they are important in what they do and also on the personal level, because working together for so long generates a close relationship. So I was thinking about looking at each of the key aspects of social innovation. Amalia San Román is responsible for innovation in plena inclusión, full inclusion, and she is an example for openness, exchange, generosity. Amalia is always ready to give and to receive learning. It is clear that innovation is impossible in isolation. Us and Amalia in Plena Inclusión have been key. They were with us in a very inspirational moment. Miriam Martín, she's Deputy Director of Soluciones in HOGAR SÍ, also leader of the engine group for self-guided support. Miriam is a very special person, but maybe I should point out about her with regard to innovation, this perpetual gaze on the autonomy, self-determination of people, and her capacity to co-create, to co-produce different challenges so that all the persons involved can participate, can feel part of the process. Thanks very much, Miriam. And Bibi, or Beatriz Cuchí, she's coordinator of the self-guided support in Derechos a la Vivienda, housing rights, also in the engine group for self-guided support. She was working directly with the team. She directly managed all the process. And to me, Bibi is like an engine. She impersonates 2 very important factors that have to do with motivation and coordination. She will appeal to you with the words, innovation at the end of the day needs communicating and motivating so change can take place. She managed to bring forward this pilot project, and she managed to transmit a great deal of knowledge to the ecosystem, the DAR ecosystem. So thanks very much. And after this introduction, we will move into the main topics. At different points, we heard about self-guided support as a methodology. What we want to make very clear is the fact that self-guided support means a change of system in the management of support, the different types of support. So I'd love it if you could give me some examples of why this is a change in the support system. Well, if we think about what this represents, in order to gradually get you to understand this new self-guided support system, I think we should maybe go through the history of the different systems of accompaniment, of service delivery in the framework of homelessness, coinciding with other care systems of social support. There was a first moment that seems to be very far away in the past, the moment when support or accompaniment systems were delivered from the idea of it being mandatory. So people was put in different centers, and they were really forcibly put in those centers. This was a system that has luckily been overcome, but it was the beginning, the origin of it. Then we moved into a system that's still in force and coexists with other systems nowadays, which is the system of the big homes or care centers, providing a solution to the homelessness of a person, but they don't really provide a person with a home. So from those institutions, certain support is given to cover basic needs, and the person's the choosing capacity lies in going into the center or not going into the center. So persons are more like participants of that system. This has developed over time. There's a coexistence with another system, housing solutions, soluciones en vivienda, in which persons have developed in their capacity of choosing. They have a greater standard of living, but the persons also need to choose from a portfolio of services that we, from the organizations, offer them. And at this point in time, we have a system that we advocate, which is a self-guided support system, which is a logical combination of the previous systems in which the citizens can have the greatest possible choosing capacity. Choosing between not between services that we present to them, but choosing with choosing capacity among the support systems that can be present in a community, public or private. So, and this has to do with what we all do, and we are equal as citizens in this respect. This would be the historical framework and the differentiation with the self-guided support systems. And then one other aspect that we've heard about, and I believe it is interesting to tackle this, is this change from person-centric planning or person-led planning. And well, I've been the whole morning trying to find what this PLP is. I was thinking they have invented a new term. There's a new theory that I've not heard about. But when I was preparing this roundtable, I had the explanation for HOGAR SÍ. The natural trajectory has been to move from a person-centric planning to person-led planning. And this image of the person at the center changes to the person at the forefront, receiving the support that he or she needs to lead her process. Historically, and this is why we are sitting here, because we are two parallel organizations that see how support systems develop in a different way, but in a way that is quite similar in other aspects. Like, for example, person-centric planning started in the 70s in the context of support to intellectually disabled persons with great needs of support. So this was invented as a methodology that tried to, or aimed at giving the voice back to these people, trying to put the life project at the core with the vision of their future through a planning process. So I fully understand it's moving from being person-centric to being the person that leads the process, because there is sometimes a risk of thinking that person-centric planning is already being done. In our context of support to intellectually disabled person-centric planning has no meaning if it is not led by the persons. But it is a different context in which one of the tasks of the support circles that are made up with persons from the natural environment, with support professionals. Their goal is to help the person in their decision-making process. In your context, of course, persons just need some space for deciding what they want. And I think, well, the main difference is in this evolution is the fact that person-centric planning plus expenditure control would mean that persons are truly leading. What makes persons truly lead the processes is the fact that they can do what they want with their budget. And I think you've invented a very interesting word that we will surely copy when we talk about cooperation. Thanks very much, Amalia. So a lot of people were asking us to explain what it is, what it was based on. So let's move along the different steps of the pilot project. It might be of interest for us to briefly explain about the implementation. There is a first aspect. When we started with our inspiration, together with Plena, full inclusion, Plena inclusion. This had to do with the principles that guided all the lines, also the self-guided lines as well. They had to do with support and autonomy. Truly, there are some specific principles in the model of self-guided systems, self-guided, self-led support system. As you can see on the screen, as Roxana explained, our cooperation started from a European program with the participation of many countries, and this international network of self-guided support had included the idea of what made these different from other systems. So by means of a consensus between all the countries, some standards were set. The ones you've seen, or the ones you see now on the screen, 17 standards, and we wanted to leave them here for you to see. There are some fundamental principles, which are shown on the next slide. And as you can see, they allow people to develop an independent, autonomous life project based on free choice, freedom, to have control on what happens in your life, personalization, and the support. This has been mentioned in all the roundtables. But we wanted to point out two main values, two main pillars that make this implementation be based on two main objectives. People should really deploy or unfold their life project. This is every human being's aspiration in this life. And the other aspiration is to be able to connect ourselves with our environment, to be able to be happy in the environment, in our neighborhood, in our community, connect with people, to be known in our environment, to have people waiting for us, people knowing our names. We believe this is what defines the value of citizenship, being connected, forming part of the place in which you lead your life. So these key values seem to be utopical. And when we talk about happiness, we feel ashamed to say that we are supporting people, helping them to be happy, but every person present here is trying to be happy and trying to participate in the environment where they are based. So these are basic pillars for the acknowledgement, deepest recognition of the human values. Yeah, the idea of happiness was really, really alluring to us. Miriam, can you tell us a little bit about the implementation? We are now at a very nice moment in time, a moment of exploration, of inspiration. We wanted to know what had been done before. New things have been done in homelessness in Spain, but in the United Kingdom, this has been going on for 30 years. Maybe the bigger centers could close down, but people would continue to be institutionalized without the possibility of making their decisions. So the idea of exploring together is something that we deeply experience. We have a great willingness to know. This is fundamental in innovation. Getting together with other people, letting things happen. So we need to speed this up. We need to reverse the situation in which people do not only not resolve their problems, but their problems become chronic. So getting together with people wanting for things to happen, taking into account that persons would lead their own lives and would have control on their lives was very relevant. It was a beautiful process in which we truly felt that things were possible. Even though there were resistance and barriers, we were convinced that it was worthwhile taking the risk and making the commitment. So within the scope of disabilities, we had known of relevant experiences, especially in the United Kingdom, but not for the field of homelessness. So if we wanted to begin from the knowledge, from the experience, from where people were projecting as their desire to lead their autonomy plan, we needed to do something with the persons from the beginning. So we came up with our first co-production challenge. Co-production is a methodology that allows us to give value to everything that every person has experienced and can contribute to the project. So there were people who were experts by experience, but they were people who belonged to the public administrations, professionals from the third sector that did not belong to the field of homelessness. So we thought it would be great to be able to do that. If we could do this, what would be the best way for people to truly feel that their rights, their freedom, their lives were being respected? So the person started to tell us things. What professional is the one who allowed me to make decisions, or allowed me to ask myself the question what I want for my life. Because the persons that participate in this co-production exercise, they were telling us that they had been for many years in a support system, but no one had ever asked them what they wanted for their lives. And this is how we came up with so interesting things as the competences that the professionals should have. And my colleague Beatriz conducted the selection process of 6 amazing, wonderful professionals who were the key factor in the success of this project, based on these competences that the persons had determined that helped them choose what they wanted in their life, and gave the context, the enabling context of the system. And this is how we also came up with other methodological challenges. How could we make other entities know this system so that we can all foster it? Because in the end, it's a project that wishes to extend itself so that the rights get to the people. And one of the things that we thought about was how can the public administration listen to us and get involved in the transformation of the system. So we implemented this. And I can tell you that the inspiration and the exploration were not just part of the beginning, but they have been present in every phase, at every stage of the pilot project, because you cannot really make independent silos. You have to constantly know other persons, other experiences everywhere in the planet. In a few days, Roxana will go to Chile, but we've gone to other places. And in all the co-production processes, there should be a high representation of experts so that their voice can reach us. So there was a whole process in which we questioned everything together with the professionals. We questioned absolutely everything so that we could rebuild a system, making it into a system in which people, the persons, were the leaders. That then came the next generation funds, and we were encouraged to implement all this. So, Bibi, just to move into the real topic, the definition of the self-led support system is, well, people design and lead their own project. They decide on their resources, on their services, on who should deliver those services. They choose, they decide on how the budget is administered. So I'm asking you to explain what you believe is important to share in this respect. Well, we started, like Miriam mentioned, the stars aligned between themselves. So we finally got the financing, and not just the financing, but also the flexibility by the ministry. And this allowed us to implement the characteristics of the project, especially as regards the personalized budgets. So a pilot project was implemented for a small group of 60 persons, so quite ambitious, though small. It was implemented in 4 territories, Madrid, Mallorca, Asturias, and Barcelona, where the 4 areas in which the public administrations, once they knew of the different options for housing right, well, they decided we want this to be piloted in our territory so that we can know it and see what happens. Truly, as Miriam will later explain, it's been very successful, but I'd like to tell you a bit more from the methodology, how it is deployed every day. On this slide, you see the different approaches, the significant results, and the main elements of this self-led model. But we need to point out 3 methodological instruments that allowed us to do the accompaniment. The accompaniment is done from the person-led planning, and we have 3 main instruments: a support plan, the personalized budget, and the co-production. I will try to explain each of them so that you understand. If you don't, you can ask questions later on. You can ask questions to the panel, or you can ask some of the technical people. So what is the support plan? The support plan is the main tool of persons to help them reach their purpose. It is true that within our project there was one final objective that was pre-designed. It was the exit from the homelessness situation. So the personalized support plan that you can implement, design, and execute while you are here with us is aimed at you leaving this homelessness situation, but looking also at the sustainability factors. So we just don't want you to leave homelessness in any way. We want you to do it in a way that is sustainable. So one of the difficulties we've had, one of the very important things was for people to understand, to interiorize what this system was about, so that they could open up their imagination and leave behind this pre-designed speech that they normally have with professionals. So if I normally need my food, my home, my work, so based on this, they should know how to resort to the administrations to ask for what they need in the creation of their own life plan. Always looking at this factor of sustainability. The supports plan is designed to cover these basic needs, helping persons survive, and it is not linked to a life plan. if it is not linked to a life plan, it may be demolished at some point in time. So this system, we believe, gives the opportunity to have a linkage with a life plan, with the motivations of people, and we've worked greatly to make this understood. There have been people who had been in the program for 6-8 months before they realized that they could do something they didn't know about. And this personalized supports plan, which is led by the person, has to do with the evolution towards person-led planning, where persons can choose what they want to do, how they want to do it, and who they want to do it with. So the companions in the process do not necessarily have to do the experts in our program. More people can be incorporated from the person's social circle so that they can give them support in this process, in the design, the creation, the development of personalized plans. So they can choose the what, the how, the when, and this has proven to be very, very important for people to time their own support plan. It has resulted, this has proven to be a very important lever in the change, in the commitment with themselves, looking at all the process of exiting homelessness. And one last very important thing that they could choose, and it's linked to these personalized budgets, is the fact that they can also choose how much. So in self-led support, the logical development is, well, to deliver some financial support, the personalized budget, but they don't accommodate to the traditional systems that we had. There's so much money for basic needs, so much money for training. And we've all worked with them, and well, this is the subsidies, the grants. But with personalized support, there is a budget that the person can have access to, potentially. This budget is calculated from the program, and it is connected to the vacancy cost, the cost in the care systems, in the housing systems, the traditional costs in the public administrations, in the organizations. And for this vacancy cost, if you deduct the HR part that is dedicated to the program, the result is the personalized budget that the person can have potential access to. And it is designed and identified for covering the needs of the person, the support that person needs, the resources that need to be activated, and the cost of those resources, the cost of those of that coverage of the needs. So the person, based on all that, designs her personalized budget. They decide about how they will receive it, if directly, if in cash, if by bank transfer within the limitations, the legal limitations. And the person also decides whether they want the money to be given directly to them, or if, under a specific circumstance, if, they prefer to cover a specific support, so they prefer for the entity to directly pay for the support. I'll give you an example. If a person wants to go to therapy, private psychological therapy, they can decide that as part of the personalized budget, they receive the money and then they pay the professional, or they may decide that the entity should pay the professional. But they will choose what professional they want to go to. And it can be public services, professionals, or private professionals. So for mental therapy, I think this gives a good example of the use of the budget by a person. It gives a good example of how far they can go, because when people need psychological support, we can go to public professionals, but we know the reality, we know about the waiting lists, or we may resort to psychological therapy in the private sector. So the personalized budgets allow the person to prioritize what resources they want to activate at a given point in time. Well, they may say my priority is psychological attention, so I can immediately see a professional. I don't need to go through a waiting list because I manage my budget, and I can afford for the support not to be immediate. So for 60 persons, there are 60 plans, 60 personalized budgets that have been oriented at different coverage of the different needs. There is one topic about the personalized budget, some concepts that I'm interested in your commenting. You always tell us about the co-responsibility of the budget being related to the plan, to the person's exit. Maybe you can briefly explain this and maybe differentiate it, because very often when we talk about direct transfers, when we know that there are different pilot projects for money transfers, can you specify all that? Well, the main difference lies in the fact that direct transfer is a project that is presented for a money transfer at a given point in time, and personalized budgets are reinforced throughout the person's process under the umbrella of self-led projects. The budgets are flexible. So if a person is there for 6 months, 10 months, 2 years, these personalized budgets change based on the change in the situations of the persons. Sometimes they are more money, sometimes they are less money. It is not a fixed budget that is given every month. Going back to the example of a therapy, mental therapy, there can be months when the person did not need to include this type of support, but there are months where they need to include it. And then the circumstances of people change. In our case, persons come to the program maybe without any income. Throughout the process, they become employees, and they receive an income, and this is where co-responsibility comes into play. What can they contribute with their own income to add to the financial support? And this varies. It is also true that when we do this accompaniment from the process, from the project, once the person has designed her support plan, and they can do it in co-production with other professionals in their project, with other persons, but there comes a time when they need to communicate it to us. Then it is true that there is accompaniment based on the reality principle. We always say that we try for these personalized plans, for these personalized budgets to be sustainable in the long term. There are basic needs that are like a lever, and the person will be able to deal with them throughout the project, but they will not need to maintain them when they are out. But we try for the budget to be sustainable over time when the person is out of the program, and then they may continue having the same type of life, the same resources. The fact that they are in the program does not mean, well, but this has not been necessary, because people are very realistic, much more than us, and they do modulate, they do identify the financial support based on what they will have when they are out of the program. So this is the reality principle. There have been occasions when maybe from the program the technicians had to say, do you believe you will be able to deal with this in the future? You've needed financial support now for your own house, but then in the future, will you be able to have a house for yourself, or is it more realistic to think that you will have to share a flat? These are types of reflections that are conducted jointly with the persons. And we have the opportunity to look at the errors, the mistakes. Yeah, the support is dynamic and flexible over time. Can you tell us a little bit about the results of the pilot project, Miriam? The main result was making possible a system in which persons could decide on their plan, could also leave or exit the homelessness care network. This is fundamental for the measurement of the success of this project. In the field of disability, disability is a condition, but homelessness is a situation that can be left behind. So this was the purpose, this was the focus of attention. You've seen it this morning. There have been wonderful results. 85% could exit. So there's a large percentage of people out of the 60 persons that are outside of the network. So they really succeeded, and there are 4 other persons who are not in the attention network, but the process was focusing greatly on the deinstitutionalization, so they were moved to a specialized resource because that's what they decided. One of them is in gender violence services, or they were forced to go back to their countries of origin. So it's a success indeed, but there's something we need to say. Something that we already imagined, but we wanted to offer it as a possibility in the system, the fact that all the persons, 100%, could design their own personalized support plan. They could rewrite it as many times as they found fit. They could make mistakes, learn from the mistakes, from the errors, and reformulate their own process. It was really good to see that all of them have a great degree of satisfaction about the project, and 70%, over 70%, have significantly increased their social capital. As possible forms of support they have proposed, many have to do with access to housing possibilities, but also access to specialized therapies. One of them conducted an entrepreneurship project. There were persons who were in an illegal administrative situation. The average budget of these entrepreneurship projects was of €4,000, and they became their source of income once the project had finalized. All the persons managed their budget for autonomous exit. They clearly identified what they needed to leave behind the homelessness network. This allowed us to say this can be demonstrated in a conclusive way, and they managed the budget in a much more efficient way than the average cost of a vacancy in the traditional system of access to housing-based solutions. We established an average budget, an enabling budget of around €900, flexible amount, because there are moments when persons may need more support, moments when they need less. So the budget was adjusted as the person made the transition, gained more autonomy, and they spend 60% of the initial budget. So the public administrations, well, this is wonderful for the happiness of people, but it also helps save money. So we need to have an ecosystem like the one we had, an ecosystem that believes in it, including the Ministry of Social Rights. They approved justification of the expenditure because The people need to manage their budget because this is what will allow for these concepts to be deployed. And they should take ownership, take responsibility on all that. They not only had a realistic approach, but also when you have direct access to the control on the expenditure, this is when the realism principle comes into play. When you don't have an idea how much your vacancy costs, it's not the same as with these people. They knew exactly what they needed based on the support they had identified, and they were very much targeting their autonomy. The duration of the project was 12 months, and the professionals truly, and this is beautiful testimony. I would have love it if we could have Mariano, for example, explain about his process. A process is a process of rebuilding, debuilding, and rebuilding. It is a process in which they are managers of their life, as can be confirmed by the persons who have experienced the process. Thanks very much. Maybe I could really think of more questions, but I would like to leave some space for the audience to hold some dialogue with the panelists. We don't want to focus too much on the barriers. We want to focus on opportunities. So my question for the three of you to finalize this discussion is, what do we need to continue moving forward in the delivery of support? What do we need from the different areas? Shall I start? Okay, I have noted it down because I think what I'm going to say is very, very important. I've seen there are great public speakers writing down their notes, so I do believe we need things from the public administrations, mainly from the public administrations. Firstly, it needs to be understood that innovation is investment. We can invest money on thinking about the possible systems that we believe are best for people from the present time. In many cases, maintaining two systems, because we have to uphold the lives of people who are lucky if they don't need these types of projects. But the money is an investment in the future. I think this is essential. Many public administrations are willing to provide social services. But, number two, I believe it is essential that they should understand that once the money is invested, the effort and the commitment by the organizations involve a scaling in the results or leveraging the results. So I'm making a call on all of you. HOGAR SÍ has demonstrated that the results are positive for people's life. They are efficient, sustainable, and what we need is to bring them into the public lives, offering them as a response to the lives of people. This is the final goal. And, well, within the framework of the Next Generation funds, well, this is a very specific framework in which the public authorities allow us to do the things in a different way. So I think this is a fundamental criterion to take into account that to do things differently, the administrative barriers, the justification barriers that we find, slow down the processes, make people have to go through unnecessary procedures, all this administrative burden could maybe could maybe extended to include processes that are routine processes, and it may be extended to other processes. And we've realized that it might be easier than we think to generate this administrative exemption. This is the administrative exemption that we need. And taking into account the public administration can lead these processes and can do it from the person's decisions, we need to continue to generate this culture of possibility, the culture, the belief that the system can be changed, since these are things that can generate an impact on the society. We should not leave behind this commitment. We should try to find shortcuts to resolve the difficulties. We should collaborate, work in common, bringing together efforts. We will manage to move forward financing systems for social projects. And we need the rigor in demonstrating the results of what we do. We need to make things happen because they will not move by themselves. We have a few minutes for questions. I would like to talk about the continuous accompaniment and the role of professionals. Miriam has mentioned everything, all the deconstruction process that persons have undergone and professionals have undergone within the self-led projects in these housing access for youth. But for this deconstruction process to continue, we need the support of the administrations, of the public administrations, constant and continued accompaniment to uphold this, to maintain it over time. It is our responsibility to continue to train people in order to be able to return to those persons the power over their own lives, control on their own lives, making it something stable. Karma said earlier that the university is not training students on this. There are degrees, psychology, social work, and those studies will need to incorporate all these aspects in order to include these approaches and change the systems. And our responsibility is very relevant as coordinators. We need to motivate people to work, and with this approach in mind, we need to accompany them, because it is with the burden of our busy lives, it is very easy to fall in the trap of the traditional roles, and I believe this has to do with our own responsibility. Well, I was not wrong when I said that I was accompanied by the best possible panel. I could listen to them forever without getting tired. I feel that this does not end here. We know that this will continue in the different spaces where we are. We have 10 minutes for questions, 5 minutes, I'm told, 5 minutes. 5 minutes for some questions, for whatever you would like to ask.
Yo os he dicho que si iba a hacer una pregunta y os hago una pregunta.
I said I would ask a question, so thanks very much for your experience. It is incredible to have real data of all this. This is a pilot project that is great for the financing aspect. When we go to other countries, the public administrations play an important role in the design of the plans. there are mixed models in which the organizations give support, but they coordinate, or don't give support, they coordinate with the institutions, taking into account that they have their own context, their own situation. Have you ever thought about how you would imagine this to be if something happened and the financing system was questioned? What do you think would be the roles of the organizations of today, the roles of the public administrations? How do you imagine this might be? An easy question indeed. We would like to experience it and tell you, because we do not know what lies 20 steps ahead. We learn by progressing in the reality. I tend to think that people will be happier, but not just those persons who can lead the projects and leave the homelessness situation, as happened in 51 of the 60 cases. I think about the professionals of the third sector being much happier, because they tell us that a project in which they respect the decisions of people makes them much happier. We believe that the differentiating factor is the transformation of the system, and the public administration, I imagine, it is a much happier administration through managing the public resources in a more efficient way. So they don't need to justify. They don't need to justify. They just by putting on the sticker. Are you telling me that a sticker is more important than a person guiding their own lives, their own choices, their own alternatives? That is 100 times more rigorous than a justifying ticket or label. This is a fundamental aspect. But I'm letting Adrián say something more. Good evening. I'm an expert in self-led support in Gijón. I was lucky to share one of the plena conferences for one of their self-led support programs. It was an amazing mental change, just like something clicked in my mind. We had been working for a short time on support programs, and we were framing them within the accompaniment to homeless people. When we turned it around and thought it out as a means to give support in case of any social need, this represented a change of perspective. Functional diversity situations are with the person forever, and there are certain rights, and the authorities need to guarantee that the rights are enforced. So this changed my mind in that, well, I thought homeless people, they do not ask to control their rights. They don't need us to give their rights to them. We have to be the guarantee that they can fulfill those rights when especially when they're in a homelessness situation. So this mental change in me made me see that well, what these homeless people were putting forward was had to do with the right to ask for what they believed was necessary for them to leave behind their homelessness situation. As an expert, well, realized that there was a great burden in controlling the expenditure, but technicians, experts, did not know about the calculation of the maximum amount. And this was making persons not fully leverage what they could. So it was never a maximum sum. You just ask for what you want, and we will see to whether it is feasible or not. But you ask for what you need, and we will decide whether this is necessary for you to exit the homelessness situation, whether it is going to be sustainable over time or not. And this was very relevant because there was never a conversation about whether we were close to the maximum or not. Just one thing, Adrian. Adrian is excellent, and he always touches the right keys. In May, we were in Edinburgh, learning from the Scottish self-led system. And there were two fundamental things. Any person in a situation of dependency can have access to the system and can be accompanied for the drafting of the plan, for the budget. And nobody ever knows the budget of someone else because no two budgets are equal, because it is created based on the situation, the specific situation of the person. There's no more time. If there are no more questions, okay. We will be here tomorrow, and we will be delighted to continue this discussion in the housing school. You have access to this topic, and you have access to many other very interesting ones as well. Thank you.
Un segundo, muy breve. No tardamos nada.
Just 1 second. We've had a very, very full day. Before you leave, we would like to show you a short video. It is very short. It is a video, a making-of video of what has been going on today. A small sample of today's sessions. We have another intense day tomorrow, but here's the video of today.
De vivienda cada vez afecta a más personas.
No hay autonomía sin un lugar seguro donde vivir, por lo tanto acceder de manera rápida y ágil a la vivienda es una prioridad.
Cada vez más personas se encuentran en situación de exclusión residencial debido al aumento de precios y a la falta de vivienda social y asequible.
Dar estabilidad es el punto de partida sin duda hacia la autonomía.
Para abordar grandes problemas sociales como es el sinhogarismo o la vivienda, la innovación social juega un papel crucial.
Las personas en situación de sinhogarismo, por lo general o en muchos casos, cargan con historias de dolor.
Los mejores datos disponibles hoy nos dicen que este fenómeno ha crecido un 25%.
Todos los sistemas de protección han fallado cuando una persona acaba en esta situación. Cuando entrevistamos a las personas que están dentro del sistema de atención al sinhogarismo, casi el 69%, es brutal, lleva más de un año en esta situación. Lo bonito de la innovación es que te puedes permitir el lujo de equivocarte. Lo que no te puedes permitir el lujo es de no aprender.